When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home.
Featured story today, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard blood sport trial and how it relates to us. Going free lesson of the day, seeing is believing, anti-whitism throughout society, specifically focusing on anti-whitism in entertainment, given that we have Johnny Depp and Amber Heard on trial. We're also going to throw in there some MPs like white people can't dance and whites are responsible for the crimes of their ancestors, both of which make an appearance in The Northman, and we'll address those. A selected reading or two from Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, a history that is worth remembering, unlike The Northman. Maybe some of your questions on The Northman and maybe also Foodie Beauty or whatever we've been talking about, as well as your comments and calls. And then there's this. Congressman Kevin McCarthy, minority leader of the United States House of Representatives, asked his wife if he were the only one she had been with. She said yes. The other 3 dozen were 6s and 7s and 8s. And we are going free, everybody. If you can hear me, please let me know that the mic is working okay and that our video camera is working beautifully. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., Mordor on the Potomac, 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And yes, again, we are going free. It's wonderful to see every single one of you here on Sunday. It is a beautiful age, a beautiful life that we are in right now as we recapture our destiny, the only people who are actively doing that. And we invite everyone else to participate with us. Everybody out there has good ideas. Everybody out there is on a path that might be in part right, in part wrong. We're having a lot of success, and we hope you will come over to Going Free. At least check us out. And if you don't like, then we will bid you adieu. If you do, then we welcome you as brother or sister. You may, over the course of this gathering, financially gift. We hope you do so. You can do that on Entropy. The link is down below at a cost of 15% to you. You may also do that on Cash App, and it is working again after I wrote to them and said, what in the world is going on? You may even do so over on this glitchy platform known as Odyssey. We may just call it Glitchacy, I guess, maybe Glitchacy. From now on. Hello to everybody who's over there. You may also ask questions about just about anything that is relevant to our lives, to Going Free, to trying to navigate this anti-white world. Please do so. That's what these gatherings are for. Please interact with me, but make sure when you do that you tag me as No White Guilt. If you just write Jason, if you just write Hey Guy, any of these other things, I probably will not see it. And if you are in the live chat and you see somebody trying to address me and they're not tagging me, please be good enough to say to them, hey, you have to tag him this way. And maybe you could also even say, hey, this person at this name didn't tag you. And then maybe I will be able to find them. I deeply appreciate it. And they will too, at least if they have a good character. It is, of course, Sunday evening, Monday morning, depending upon where you are on planet Earth. You can do those tags, ask those questions, make those comments and statements, and all financially gifted comments and statements, of course, will be read. You can do that on YouTube. You can do that on Odyssey. You can do that on DLive. And I suppose you can do that on Rumble if it's operating properly over there. Although I do not have the screen currently up. We're going to change all of that moving forward and try to have all of these screens up in front of me. I am surrounded by monitors. I would like to maybe more centrally locate them. Not so much that I look like I'm trying to break my neck looking at monitors, but we'll find a way. We can do that. But on this level, it's fine as it is. You can also ask questions and make comments in the Tall Kevin widget, which is also the question or comment widget over on Entropy. Again, you can follow that link in the description below. You can head right on over to Entropy. You'll see the widget over there for asking questions or comments. The beautiful thing about that widget is your questions or comments do not disappear unless you or I delete them. So they will remain there for the course of the gathering, meaning that I should be able to get to them unless you have said something really outrageous, which maybe I will read anyhow for the heck of it. I'm going to say hello to some of these wonderful champions I see in the live chat. And please, while we are getting ready, while the steam is belching from the engine right now, we're getting ready to pull out of the station, please grab the URL and share it in your circles of influence so we can get some folks over here. We know the anti-whites are shadow banning us, and so we have to do all that we can. The great First Last is here. So is the number one, Franklin, the champion, TJ, Brant Danger, Elaine, Sabatino. Wonderful to see you all. True champions, fit and healthy at any age. Great to see you. And the Promethean promulgation, making bacon wrapped tenderloin with no white guilt. That sounds delicious. I'll be right over. Popcorn Power. And who else? First of Western Kind, number one of Western Kind. Glitchacy, that's right. That's what it is. They're going to have to fix that. Dude, Bro Moment is with us. A whole video made after him this past week. Great to see you, brother. And the great, the one and only, the man who is doing so much to make me look better, and along with HB 2014, who has returned, the number one, no white guilt clips, getting those clips out to folks so that you can share them with your grandmammy and your grandpappy, and they'll be happy to see that you're getting your head on straight. You're getting away from all those drugs and drink and anti-whiteism. Suzuka, is that what it is? Suzuka, hello to you. Ladybug is with us. Hello, dear lady. So is Yiz, the eunuch, the unifier of all. Great to see you, champion. Biospirit of the West is with us. Hello, dear brother. Wonderful to see you. Foster Kennel. There's Jilly as well as Hyperborean Dream. Bell Curve. The stars have turned out. Why don't we go ahead and get rolling on what we're going to talk about today? Because I know in your mouths, everywhere you go, you are seeing all of this talk about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. And when it comes to Amber, she's just trying to get heard about being a victim, playing the victim. She's just trying to get heard playing the victim. That's all Amber's up to. We'll go ahead and jump into that. I want to read, because most of you are probably like me, and you're like, who are these people? Well, you may have heard of the Johnny Depp character. I think it was him, and you all can correct me. There's the great Rory Herbert. Wonderful to see you, brother. Piers Taylor is with us as well. So is Mary. Welcome. Hello to you. I think Johnny Depp was the one who said that something about murdering President Trump, and then he wasn't taken straight to jail. So if I'm wrong about that, somebody can correct me, or if I'm right, then somebody can support me. So who are these people? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Well, they're actors. They're pretenders, in other words. I don't have a lot of respect for pretending unless it's done exceptionally well. And that doesn't mean just funny, because funny is a different thing. Amber, of course, she is meretricious, in my opinion. Look it up. But she was a model, and I guess she does some acting as well. And let's see, they both met in a movie where crazy people come together. And this was called the Rum Diary, I found out. So how apropos. Maybe alcohol played more than a thing or two to do with the problems, the dysfunctions that they have. Depp and Heard started dating after the actor split from his longtime partner, somebody called Vanessa Paradis, I imagine. It looks like it's Greek. Heard and Depp got married within a year after getting engaged. And I want to jump in there. And that maybe for some folks, that's going to be right. You're going to meet the person of your dreams or whatever. You're going to think it's the case. And I'm sure they thought that was the case. I think you should put a little bit more time into ascertaining whether or not you all get along, whether or not it would work. And these two, if they had put a little bit more time finding out whether or not it would work, I'm pretty sure they would have discovered, no, we're both crazy. And, like her crazy matches his crazy. It's like a positive terminals of the batteries being brought together, and it's just going to blow up. So maybe this wouldn't have happened. But the general population, if it's a celebrity, whatever they say is gold. Whatever they say is God's mouth to your ears. So I'm sure they would disagree with that. But they got married within a year after getting engaged. They married on February 5th, 2015. And the wedding was on, they held the wedding on Johnny Depp's 40-some acre private island in the Bahamas. So I guess it's the money's good when you are a disgusting, revolting actor, and you're willing to get out there as an agent of anti-whiteism and promulgate anti-whiteism to the masses. In 1 month of being married, though, Depp reportedly got into an argument with Heard and proceeded to smash bottles and windows and other items around the residence. So apparently he's known, and I did not know this because I don't give a shit about pretenders, but apparently he's known for destroying property when his dander is up. Much the way a maybe 13-year-old who doesn't have a father there to put him in place. In May of 2015, the couple got in legal trouble in Australia. So right off to illegality. And that's always going to end up good. They smuggled their Yorkshire Terriers into the country. And apparently there is some kind of 10-day quarantine in Australia. What was the name? I wrote it down. It's biosecurity code is what it's called in Australia. The biosecurity code. You can tell women are in charge of our once great country known as Australia. But they have a biosecurity code, and the punishment, and again, you can tell that women are in charge of our once great country of Australia, because the punishment is 10 years in jail, and then it's automatically forgiven. Okay. All right, 10 years, forget about it. You're anti-white, you get to go. So they had to make like a little video, the two of them, and it was, I took a look at it, and I did all this for you folks. This is painful for me. I suffer every moment of it. In fact, I suffered so much. I had a gallbladder attack last night and slept about a wink, and I'm still fighting through it. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it for you all so that we can get together. We can learn about fighting anti-whiteism, put an end to it. And we can talk about these revolting people that the entire time I had the taste of vomit in my mouth, and it wasn't even from the gallbladder attack. Heard filed for divorce in May of 2016. That was only 15 months after their marriage in the Bahamas. So this was a quickie. This was a in and out, which I heard that Johnny Depp is accustomed to. And let's see, she also filed a temporary restraining order against Depp. I guess that was the same month, claiming that Depp had harmed her. She had been harmed. Now, a lot of guys are hearing this and they're wondering, she's harmed? What kind of BS is that? Well, we're going to find out, because that's where this trial is taking place in Fairfax, Virginia, my hometown. The courthouse is that way, where these people are. I don't know where they are the rest of the time. Where do they go? Is there a hole here somewhere that they slither into? Let's see. They went their separate ways after the divorce was finalized. But then, which is pretty typical of females, she harbored some hard resentment. And so she was going to victimize him. And this is the sort of sentiment we see in anti-whiteism from, the government level now. This harboring of this resentment. Okay, it ended. You go your way. I go my way. And no, she decides she's going to harbor resentment. She wants to destroy him. And we see this all the time in our dysfunctional Western civilization, that now the females have been given total control of the white family, and by way of social control and support and legal control and support. So she decides she's going to use that power to come after him and destroy him. Now, don't pick a good guy in this story. It's kind of like the Northman. There are no good guys. All the white people are bastards in the Northman. You should watch my review and don't watch that movie. Don't give those people a penny of your money. And besides, it would just be a waste of your money. You will hate it coming out. You'll want to rob the theater on your way out. So she decided that she was going to write this article, an op-ed for the Washington Post. And she titled it, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." What horse shit. This is the anti-white narrative. You see these people live by this. How can they say something like that? You know, if they were trying to speak to us, if we had a country all of our own, they would not bother with that because they know we're not going to believe a word of it. Not a word. Because it has nothing to do with reality. Where are all the beatings taking place where women are just beat down in every white household, patriarchal household? They're all beat down and they can't go out for fear of society crashing in on them with its wrath. That only takes place in the movies this bitch has been in. That doesn't take place anywhere in the real world. Nowhere. I mean, let's say it like it is. She's a lying bitch. Face the wrath, and it has to change. So you see, the revolution never ends. The revolution against the white race, the revolution against our projection, our culture, our statues, our history, our etc. The totality, you could think of it, the culture, everything from down to interaction between men and women, interaction between people and animals, interaction between you and your family dog. All that's got to be destroyed because it's got to change. That's what this bitch is talking about, white erasure. But again, there are no good guys here. He's as much a bitch as she is. He is anti-white as the day is long. They deserved each other. This is also what hell looks like. They found it a little early. They got a preview. So she wrote this article, and of course, Depp did not appreciate this. He decided that he was going to fight back because he did not want to just let himself get burned down. And we'll talk about that in a minute as well, because it's very interesting. Didn't want to let himself get burned down by Depp and just accept, well, yes, he's the male that has beaten on the female, and he should be repentant forever with his tail between his legs. It's already there, I guess. Depp and his team, you have a team when you have many millions of dollars in a private island. They filed a $50 million defamation lawsuit, and this is something that us regular guys can't do. We can't file $50 million suits with a team working with us. No, we just have all of our friends and family and everybody that she knew. They all think that we're slimed and that we were beating on. And then the courts, it all goes down. There's nothing we can do to push back because we don't have all of these millions in a private island. So we'll continue. They claim that the claims in the op-ed were false. The lawsuit also stated that Heard was actually the aggressor in the relationship and had abused Depp. Well, isn't that what we see all the time? Isn't that the reality of it? We see you, if you're close to somebody who has some kind of serious altercations with the woman, it's, oh, she punched you in the face. She threw a glass at you. And then you're just supposed to take it. You can't even tell anybody. That's society, how society approaches it. Bullshit. I say you tell law enforcement. Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, claims to have numerous eyewitness accounts as well as video and photographic evidence that prove that Heard was faking her claims and injuries. They submitted the photos of broken glass, which Heard allegedly threw at him 1 month after the wedding, and photos of himself with black eyes and scratches on his face and body following an alleged attack by Heard. Well, you remember that earlier when there were these claims about a fight 1 month after they had taken their vows, that was blamed on Depp. Everybody just said, oh, it was obviously him. And Depp and his team come forward and they say, oh no, that was actually her. And here is the evidence of it. While Heard has not blatantly denied that she was also violent with Depp during their marriage, she has claimed to be a victim of his abuse and claimed that he beat her before and during their marriage. So sounds to me like it's her fault. Even if they both are violent assholes, it sounds to me like it's her fault because she was getting beaten by him and then married him. You know, if you're getting beaten by someone before you even take your vows, seems like you might reconsider. You know, it's not one of those, you know, if he says, well, I'm not going to beat you anymore, you know, probably the apropos thing to do there would be say, you know, we're going to wait. We're going to move that date back maybe another year. And we're going to see if we can get along and there isn't fighting and there isn't beating. This is a tip. These people, folks, they have so much money, not a penny of common sense. In April 2019, or intelligence for that matter, it doesn't take a lot of intelligence to be a great pretender. Now, you may have great intelligence and be a great pretender, but the one doesn't require the other. In April 2019, she filed a motion to dismiss Depp's complaint, stating that Depp became violent on numerous occasions during the relationship. The motion details more examples of abuse by Depp, whom she referred to as the monster, coming to a theater near you. In 2020, audio from a 2015 therapy session was leaked online where both can be heard acknowledging their anger issues before both agreed to put an end to the physical violence before things went too far. I kind of think they had already gone too far. 1 month into the marriage, shattering bookcases and glass and windows and cabinets, and it's kind of gone too far already. Now, all of these, the defamation case is underway, and it's taking place, as I say, here in Fairfax, Virginia. And and the reason for that is because the servers for the Washington Post are stored in Fairfax, Virginia. And I was thinking maybe I should head on over to the courthouse. I've never been there before, and maybe I should head over to the courthouse and I don't know, should I do a live stream or just like a little video over there? I imagine it's going to be crowded. There're going to be a slew of I don't know, maybe high-profile witnesses, and reportedly, potentially even Elon Musk. Let us continue over here on Yahoo Entertainment. Makeup brand, is it Miliani? Says product Amber Heard allegedly used to cover bruises didn't hit shelves until after her divorce filing. Uh-oh. A drugstore makeup brand is now involved in Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's courtroom drama after Heard's team made a claim centered around Miliani Cosmetics, quote, all-in-one correcting kit. The makeup brand has come to correct Heard's timeline. The makeup brand was also Heard. In his opening statements, Heard's lawyer, Ben Rottenborn, I guess now he is less Rottenborn, appeared before the court with Miliani Cosmetics, quote, all-in-one correcting kit in hand, and claimed the actress used the creamy concealer to color correcting kit to camouflage her bruises during her alleged physical and mentally abusive relationship with Johnny Depp. What do you think you're going to get from an actor anyhow? Seriously, it's going to be normal. It's going to be just quiescent. Everything's going to be just totally normal. This was what she used, Rottenborn, who desperately needs a surname change, said, displaying the circular gold compact, she became very adept at it. She was just beaten all the time. He actually doesn't look like he has much muscle. And I think that's also something that we can talk about. If you are a male and you get into a relation, notice I'm not saying man, but if you are a male and you get into a relationship with a woman who's roughly the same strength that might lend itself to her using her strength to dominate you. And this is not the only time I've seen that. You're going to hear, and then she's screaming for help as she's beating you to death. She's screaming out that you're abusing her while she's beating you to death. You're going to hear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different coloring, and how she would use to touch those up to be able to cover those. However, the star filed for divorce from Depp in 2016 before Miliani Cosmetics says the brand launched the product. Oh boy, facts getting involved when it comes to lying. Miliani Cosmetics responded to the claim with a TikTok, which is where everything authoritative goes these days. Hello to everyone. Elaine Sabatino head on over to TikTok. Quote, "You asked us, let the record show that our correcting kit launched in 2017. The brand captioned the video. Also in news that day, Johnny Depp buys into stock at Miliani Cosmetics. Let's jump over to the next article, and we'll thank Ladybug for all of these. Amber Heard from People magazine once admitted to hitting Johnny Depp in audio recordings played for the courtroom. Yeah, if you didn't hear that audio, it's something. She's like, "Come on, you bitch. You're let me punch you in the face." Johnny Depp, who has said multiple times under oath that he has never struck Amber Heard or by the way, he's watching right now, but check with CNN, was also asked about an incident when he allegedly headbutted her in 2015. Seen too many movies. He probably headbutted her head. Audio recordings played during Johnny Depp's testimony earlier this week shows ex-wife Amber Heard admitting to starting a physical fight between them and downplaying his reaction to the altercation. So you can hear in the video, the guy's like, "Come on, you've escalated this to violence. I'm going to leave." And then, and this is something also that's like a quiet, kept in the closet that we need to drag out of the closet, because it's one of those things that have been hidden very carefully by women. And that is that when women are abusive toward men, psychologically abusive, verbally abusive, same thing sort of, although I think Depp was trying to, or his attorney was trying to draw some sort of distinction there. Physically abusive, when they do this and the man won't immediately capitulate or ultimately capitulate, and he won't fight back, he just wants to get away from it, which is really all a man can do. She then goes to taunting the man. This happens. It is ubiquitous that women do this. Endlessly taunt. And let me tell you what, you don't get, and mothers do this to sons as well. The only reason that you get to taunt a man is because white men have made it so. So you really should shut the fuck up with the taunting. You really should. Because you taunt somebody to get a rise out of them. And the rise could be, little lady, the rise could be that your jaw gets wrapped around the side of your head. So don't go taunting and then claim that you're some sort of victim when you end up in the ER because a slap that would have a slap on another man's face, a man taunting a man, would have just jerked his head to the side, and that would have been the end of it. But on you, since you are more frailly built, means your jaw is broken. So pull your heads out of your asses, lady. This is ridiculous. Amber Heard, she is absolutely personified for all of this behavior as it floats through society, hidden in everybody's closet. This endless taunting of mother, of son, wife, of husband, girlfriend, of boyfriend. It is everywhere. We all know it. Let's just fucking say it. Let's just say it so, because we all, and all you ladies, you know it's true. So let's say it's so. And then ladies out there who have done this or thinking about doing it or whatever, you say to yourself, I'm not going to do it ever again, because that's really wrong. And I deserve what ends up happening to me if the guy actually ends up snapping. So it's either the guy has to capitulate, the guy has to endlessly fight and make his life a living hell, arguing, and he knows he's ultimately the endless fighting has to end in capitulation, because if he doesn't submit, then society's going to condemn him. The law is going to condemn him. The law is going to side with her. Society's going to side with her. So it all ultimately is capitulation. So when the guy says, I'm done with this shit, you need to back off. You need to not continue to challenge him, and certainly don't taunt. On Wednesday, audio recordings of discussion between Heard and Depp were played for the jury in Fairfax, Virginia, my hometown. The actor, 58, is suing Heard, 36, for defamation over 2018 Washington Post op-ed she wrote about surviving domestic violence, though she did not name him in the article. And that what an absolute joke and insult that is. As though she's going to be, as though that somehow makes it okay. There's no one else she could be talking about. I mean, that was just like a little wry, snide, bitchy thing to do, wasn't it? I mean, this Heard is a real bitch. She is a real bitch. What we need, though, what we need in society, maybe to correct this behavior, if women aren't going to do it themselves, if women aren't going to say, I'm not going to behave that way, and if I have a friend that does that, I'm going to tell all our friend groups that she is a bitch, ruining, family ruining hoe, and nobody should talk with her, and I'll ruin her reputation. If women don't do this on their own, then we might need some sort of societal condemnation events, so that, I don't know, something like this, all of society gets together. And of course, this is just fiction for fun. We're having a laugh. But all of society gets together and we throw verbal tomatoes at this woman for being such scum. She's being a snide little snot. Heard can be heard in the recordings. I didn't write that. People magazine. Heard can be heard in the recordings discussing their explosive March 2015 Australian fight that resulted in Depp's right middle finger being severed. So I alluded to this earlier, the fight. And he actually, in the midst of this fight, because of her aggression, a piece of his finger was severed off. And here this bitch is saying, screaming at him, come on, you're supposed to be a man. Can't you be a man? Can't you be a man and take it when I smash bottles over you? If she did that, I mean, they're still trying to decide whether or not she's responsible for these things. But I mean, CNN will tell us one way or the other. And I'm sure CNN will tell us, boy, it's going to be rough for CNN, isn't it? Because he's such an anti-white. It's fun to sit back and relish these sorts of things when the anti-whites are going at each other. But she's there saying, be a man, bleed it out. Well, you know what? Maybe he should have been a man and stood up and stomped the shit out of her. That's what a man does when he's getting physically attacked by another man. So if you are being a man, if you want the man's response rather than the way white men have decided to treat women, and then forced this on everybody around the world as though they needed it, if you want that kind of response rather than this coddling, caring kind of response, this hyper respect, because we know that you're more frailly built. We know it's not a fair contest. We know that you're just driven by emotion and you can't think straight. We know. So we decided to implement this much of the time, not all of the time. And certainly the women in this community, they can think straight. That's how they got here. But elsewhere, not so much. Not all of them, but not so much. Those that are not that way, they're still coming this direction. And if not for the genius of what we're doing here, for that sexual energy that I just leak into everything I do. Leak is the appropriate word. So at least that's how they're left. So if you want to be treated like with respect and coddled and all of that, then stop behaving like another man aggressing against us. You better stop. You better stop. And you know where you know what I really find absolutely, it's so awful, but it happens. You have these white women who have grown up in white households, and they see the white male just deferential, just okay, honey, I surrender. I'll do whatever you want. Just stop throwing your adult tantrum. And they see that. And they see the woman, the wife or whatever, the other women, and they're screaming and they're in the husband's face and they're finger wagging at them and they blaming and shaming them all day long, right? They see that. And then because they're anti-white and they're like this foodie beauty, Chantel, they're so anti-white. They hate their people, so they hate themselves. And they want to go out there where they want to redeem themselves. They want to palliate the way that they feel. Their white guilt, right? And they go out there and they throw themselves on their backs for races of men that don't handle women quite the same way as we do in the West. Not quite the same way. And they find out real fast. It's terrible. Could you imagine growing up like in a house with a big Rottweiler, but you can just beat it because the Rottweiler is going to take it. You could just beat it. You could verbally abuse it. You could physically abuse it. You could beat the Rottweiler because the Rottweiler is going to take it. Then you say, I don't like Rottweilers. I hate the whole Rottweiler thing. Then you go out into the world and you're like, I'm going to get me a pit bull. And you go out there and you start beating the pit bull. And that thing isn't taking any beating at all. It mauls your fucking face off. And then all that community of pit bulls, they're like, yeah, bitch, you got what you deserved. I mean, talk about an eye-opening experience. It's terrible. I've seen videos, not funny at all. But but talking about an eye-opening experience where a white female is with a non-white mate and she is screaming. And one is coming to mind in particular. And he hits her terrible. Absolutely no. There should be no physical violence. In all seriousness, my serious position, nobody should resort to physical. You should only ever physically defend yourself if you have to. But this non-white male, she's bitching in his face. He hits her. Her head and feet change positions. That's an eye-opening, well, maybe an eye-closing experience in that case. But when she came to, it was an eye-opening experience. Heard can be heard, as we say. Severing his finger. Well, it's when it gets severed. Depp is also heard. Why did you do this, people? Who wrote this? Depp is heard saying he wants to remove himself from the situation to de-escalate and escape the fighting. And they put that in quotes. It's probably true. I mean, he probably had already done his terrorizing or whatever it was going to be. Well, Heard, can't believe it. Who did this? Heard is heard urging him to stop running away so they can resolve their dispute. Now that's a sentence speaking to what I was talking about earlier. What women do, white women do all the time. You're not going anywhere. You're going to sit right here and you're going to take my abuse, my physical and emotional and spiritual abuse. You're going to eat it. That's what they say to the men in the household. And this doesn't mean I'm going to say it. You know why? Because it won't be said when women complain because they have no class. Not all, but most. I'm going to go ahead and say this. What I'm saying here does not mean that men never abuse women. That's wrong. It's talked about all the time, so we don't need to talk about it here. Now, I just said that, proving that we can be above the fray while most women cannot. So Heard is heard while driving a herd and just trying to get a herd in her acting career. She's heard yelling at him, screaming at him to stop running away and finish their dispute. And another piece of audio recording, and we're going to keep rolling here because I want to tell you how this really ends up intersecting with us and you. And another piece of, and I want you all to also think in that process as well. And another piece of audio recording, Heard admitted to once having started a physical fight with Depp. Quote, "You didn't get punched, you got hit." I mean, talk about, does this not sound, isn't the female, and this is like the reprehensible, reprobate female line of argumentation from the position of being the weaker, isn't it identical to anti-whiteism? It's identical to anti-whiteism. You didn't get punched, you got hit. Semantics. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I didn't punch you. So what is her sorry? It's bullshit. She didn't do what he's saying she did, for which he wants an apology. She's apologizing for something she didn't do. And that's another thing that women, many women, and even some men out there will do. They'll apologize for something they didn't do. And you need to call them out. You need to say, no, I'm sorry. That's bullshit. You need to. The whole reason for the apology is not to give you an award, right? In a dispute with a loved one. It's not for you to get medaled. You've won. Here's your apology. No, the apology is about the person owning the reason that they have aggrieved you enough to warrant an apology. I really should be in a relationship coach. She told Depp, quote, I did not effing deck you. Okay, so now it gets ramped up. Did he say deck anywhere? Did you decked me? I effing was hitting you. She's so calm. I don't know. Mother would probably be very proud of the language. I don't know what the motion of my hand was. So I'm out of control. I'm just a woman is what she's saying there. But then if you were to say you're out of control because you're just a woman, it would be, of course, to commit one of the grievous sins of anti-whiteism. I'm not sitting here bitching about it. She adds in the audio. You are. That's the difference between me and you. Okay, so you can physically abuse him, and then he's not even allowed to complain. It's another. She is the epitome of the typical white woman. This bitch. That's the difference between me and you. You are a effing baby. Just take your abuse and shut up. Suck it up. Be a man and suck up the abuse. You are such a baby, she goes on. Grow the F up, Johnny. The thing about this guy, obviously he ain't right. But the thing about this guy is he just should have been like, okay, well, you can stay in this house and I'm going to go to my other multi-million-dollar house until your ass is moved out. I have nothing more to do with you. And why did he bother to say, there must be some weird sexual proclivity. It doesn't matter that there's no looks that are worth abuse. None. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, the shocking trial's wildest moments. This sounds like the Girls Gone Wild. Heard's Gone Wild. And this is from Fox News by a writer by the name of a Rosenberg. That's fascinating. I didn't know that those people were hired for writing position. It's kind of like everywhere. Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard have been squaring off in a blonde shell as well. I don't know if she's naturally blonde. Civil trial, opened in Virginia 12 days ago, accusing each other of physical and emotional abuse. Depp, 58, is suing Heard, 36, $50 million. 2018 op-ed she penned Washington Post, alleging that she was a victim of domestic abuse. This piece did not specifically name Depp. Attorney for the Pirates of the Caribbean star said, false allegations derailed my career. Why do pirates talk that way in movies? Do they really talk that way? Do we have evidence of that? Derailed his career and turned him into a pariah pirate in Hollywood. Heard countersued, really, for $100 million, accusing him and his former attorney of conspiring to destroy and defame. Heard. So there's a countersuit. I wonder what will happen if she loses. Will all that be decided in this trial? Does anybody know? That'll be an interesting. The couple's brief marriage detonated. That's an appropriate word. In 2016, when Heard, sporting a bruised face, filed for a restraint, a bruised face that was made, period, by a cosmetic company's cosmetics, filed for a restraining order. No, women would never. They would never fake a bruise with makeup. Come on. Filed for a restraining order at a Los Angeles courthouse as a gaggle of reporters and photographers swarmed. And whenever I hear gaggle, I really do see geese. So why do they do that? We had geese fly over yesterday. Did you hear them when we were streaming outside? It was wonderful. Big Canadian geese flew over. I actually, 2 mute swans flew over within, I don't know, maybe 30 feet of the rooftop years ago. And they are like dinosaurs. Do you know how big they are? They are dinosaurs. The divorce was finalized in 2017, with Heard receiving a whopping $7 million payout. What? For the 15-month union. Come again? This abusive bitch received $7 million of payout for being with him for 15 months. I will be married to him for 15 months for $7 million. Come on. Are you joking? Did that happen? She got $7 million for kicking his ass for 15 months? But the mutual mudslinging has continued in full force, with both actors becoming better known for their toxic marriage than their movie roles. I don't know. This guy prancing around like he's on fire in Pirates of the Caribbean, I think he'll never escape that. Which was actually very entertaining, that role. The civil trial, read civil rights so often. Civil trial left off Thursday with Depp wrapping up his 3rd day on the stand in Fairfax County Circuit Court in Virginia. It's just that way. We can go check it out. Should I? You should write it again in the line and make sure you tag me or put it in the thread afterward. The, quote, Black Mass actor's cross-examination is expected to continue Monday, but he isn't the only A-lister who could testify. Could you imagine in the once great Fairfax, Virginia, where the cannons at the courthouse used to point north, as all cannons in the South, except when they're on the battlefields and they're showing the direction of the combat where cannons were placed. When they were placed, they were always pointed north, and that was a symbol of defiance, that we lost the war, but we haven't forgotten. And they've removed those cannons. Terrible. I had my picture taken with them as a little boy, like 4 years old. They were there forever. It's another white erasure of our history. I can't imagine one sane white person in one of those states that were part of the United States that invaded the South wanting to white erase those cannons. That would be history as important and endearing to them, and they would be teaching their children, this is something we should never allow to happen again. And this is a memorial to that, and how heroic our brothers and sisters were down here in the South when there was insurmountable odds of our relatives who came down into the South, and they still came out. That's the spirit of our people. So you can take the most glorious aspects of all sides, and you should, because it is our people. Explosive sexual assault claim. In a stunning escalation, Heard claimed publicly for the first time that Depp had sexually assaulted her during their brief marriage. Heard's now, in what states, are there still states where a man can just say, okay, we're married and we're going to do it, and there's just no way around it? I don't know. Heard's attorney, Ben Rottenborn, who is now something less than Rottenborn, said that Depp violated the actress during a 3-day drug-induced blackout in Australia. Were they both drug-induced? Because then it kind of... Quote, Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp. He told a panel of 7 jurors in his opening statement, quote, "You will hear in the most graphic and horrifying terms about the violence that she suffered. You'll hear that straight from her." Should have said Heard. Depp's team has vehemently denied he ever sexually assaulted her. How could he, with her smashing bottles over top of him? Quote, "These fictitious claims were never made at the onset of Amber's allegation in 2016 and only advantageously surfaced years later once she was sued for defamation," a spokesperson told Fox News. Let's jump on to this because we're coming near the top of the hour. Just this, a little bit of self-serving for Miss Heard. Amber Heard being paid $33,000 a talk to speak about domestic violence. So she's actually a spokesperson now for domestic violence, and she is paid $33,000 a speech, which is, for many of our hardworking white men around the world, more than they break their backs for in a year of labor, doing things like providing the electricity, providing the running water, laying railroad track, making sure the trains work, making sure the cars work, making sure the airplanes work, so that this filthy bitch can use all of these things provided by white men and make more than they make in a year. She can do in a single speech. How many of those speeches can she give a year, making $33,000 a speech? And how comfortable does that make her on top of the $7 million she got for nothing from Johnny Depp and whatever else she's been paid to be a pretty face advancing anti-white ideology everywhere across our once fair civilization? So let's take a quick look, and I want to hear from you all as well. Take a look at what you all are saying. Both of these people deserved in my opinion, deserve every moment of suffering that they are living through. They deserve it not because they're wealthy or they're successful. More power to them to be able to make this kind of money that they're making. We live in a very sick age when a white man, can go off to war. He can go off to war as a child. He can see his brothers die on the battlefield for a cause that's not even for his people. Then he gets to come home and he gets to get a job, whether it's a professional job or manual labor job, and he's going to be making $30,000, $40,000 before taxes, $50,000 before taxes for the rest of his life. These vile anti-white scum, they go out into the public light, the slime light, these glitterati, and they go out into the public slime light and they spread anti-whitism. They embrace it. They live it. And so here it's particularly almost satisfying when it comes to the suffering by Johnny Depp, because he has been a vicious anti-white for ever. And he has been a part of propping up the anti-white system by being one of these agents of anti-whites. When I say agent, it just means somebody that's out there that commands attention, that whose opinion influences, maybe millions, certainly hundreds of thousands of people. And now, and what would Johnny Depp have done had you, construction worker, or you, accountant, or you, heart surgeon, what would he have done had you been accused of beating your wife? No evidence. Johnny Depp wouldn't need it. That just is what happens in the world because the anti-white narrative says so. He would have condemned you in a heartbeat, wouldn't he? That fast, he would have condemned you. Of course it's happening. Of course you did it. You're white and you're a male. That means you did it. You're responsible. You should lose everything. Depp would applaud it. He would stand up at an award ceremony and if he could, say your name. and condemn you and applaud and bring your wife, your former wife or girlfriend or whatever on stage with him. Give her a bunch of money for her suffering. And therefore, when he creates, and he's a participant in the creation of the environment that destroys Western civilization, that destroys your life, him suffering from it is scrumptious. Him marrying this absolute bitch, this wicked harridan. She really is just this absolute harridan. Termagant, virago. I mean, we could go on and on with these different names. You should learn these names, white men out there. You should know what termagant, virago, harridan. What are some of the other ones? Shrew. You should know them all. What they all mean. He marries this thing. Misandry. Learn that word. Know what it means. And then she unleashes the same hell on him. And the same societal condemnation, the same reputation ruining condemnation that white women have been unleashing, that he, for a long time, since they joined Antiwhitism, that not all of them, of course, and that he would, of course, celebrate as this is what's happening in the world. You cannot refuse to believe this woman, even though there's no evidence, even though the evidence is in the other direction. So him and I'm not hurting for him over the money, $7 million. I'm talking about it from my perspective, not for him. $7 million, nothing to him. But it's wonderful that he had to suffer it. So I don't shed a tear that he is suffering it. And generally speaking, for the both of them, I'm fine that they both suffered each other. Now, what can we do? A lot of people are talking about Depp and Heard, and maybe Depp heard the footsteps coming. We can make a little limerick. And when people talk about this, you can jump in and say, anti-whiteism is why this relationship and so many others is this dysfunctional. Anti-whiteism is also the reason why this fight between degenerate pretenders. Remember, actors it was almost appropriate. I mean, for most of them it was, but it was almost appropriate to view them less than streetwalkers, than prostitutes, because you're pretending for a living. I mean, come on. Like I said, for me, you have to do it well. And then if you do it really well, I do respect and acknowledge that. But generally speaking, no. But you could take the opportunity to also talk then about the fact that you're taking these two degenerates and you're putting them in everybody's faces. Why do you know about these two degenerates and their degenerate battling and the things and the pooping, the defecating in bed claims and the writing with the poop on the wall? I mean, come on, these are sickos. These are fucking sickos. Why do you even know about that? When the border is wide open and we have over a 20-year high in people coming across the border that are caught and then released. Ask CNN, though. I don't know for sure. And that begs the question, how many got through that weren't caught? We are looking at a demographic disaster from hell. And people are sitting around at the family get-togethers, the barbecues, and whatever else, and they're talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Who fucking cares? Let's put them in a cage match where they have to fight to the death. Then maybe it'll be interesting. Let's resolve it that way. So you can bring this up to family members. Why are we talking about this? When fuel prices, they were almost $5 at the gas station down the road. A gallon. Outside Washington, D.C. Everybody talks about it's always good at the seat, the capital, the seat of the empire. It's not so good. It's always better there. Well, if it's better here, then it's real bad elsewhere. You got fuel prices, and fuel prices going up means prices on everything goes up. Everything. All your bread, your eggs, your milk, your cookie, your poison pre-made cookie packets, and all of everything, the Doritos and whatever other garbage that you consume. The price on all of it goes up, and up and up. The border's wide open. They're busting them in. The idiot down in Texas thinks he's being slick, busting all these people up to Washington, D.C., and they're coming out to Manassas, Virginia. You know what just happened to Manassas, Virginia? Manassas High School just had a mob gang fight where there were, it might have been 100 or more fighting videos, kids jumping over the railing of the balcony and smashing down on the ground, trying to get away from it because they're just mauling everybody. This is what they brought to America. And you want to talk about Depp? You want to talk about Amber Heard? Give them some weapons and let them fight to the death. That's the, of course I'm joking. Of course I'm joking. Maybe. But these are things that when people bring this subject up, why are marriages ruined in the West? Start talking about anti-whitism. Why are these two so hateful of each other? Why are there so many lies and lawsuits? Why is society so litigious? Anti-whitism. Let's start talking about that. What's happened with the family unit? Anti-whitism. Male-female relationships? Anti-whitism. Male-female power imbalances? Anti-whitism. Do you see how you can talk about all of this? Talking about celebrities, disgusting celebrities abusing each other, rather than the topics that are actually important, that are going to actually affect our lives. You know, Depp is never going to know who you are, honey. Ever. Never. Amber Heard is never going to show up at your house. She's never going to crawl off the screen and sit in your lap, buddy. Never going to happen. They're never going to know who you are. They don't care. But you know what is going to happen? This hell of anti-whitism, as it gets worse and worse, it cares who you are, and it's coming for you. So you better start talking about the things that are important in the world. You better start thinking about them. You use things like this to introduce the lexicon and dialectics of going free. A couple more things, and then I'll take a look at what you all are saying, and we'll jump into the break. And that is, as guys, we are witnessing yet again how, and as particularly white guys, I won't talk for the men of other races and the guys of other races, but as white guys, we're watching yet again a salient example of female domination as a consequence of anti-whitism, gynocentric thinking and behavior as a result of anti-whitism. A woman can beat, she can abuse, she can ruin, she can sue, she can tell her friends, she can tell the courts, and they're all going to believe her, and it doesn't matter. We're seeing it yet again. And you know what else we're seeing? We're seeing that if we were in Depp's position here, we don't have millions of dollars to hire teams. We don't have grand celebrity aura that will cause folks to come out of the woodwork to say, I support you and I will stand up for you. No, in fact, it's the opposite for regular guys. Everyone knows that if they come stand with the guy who's been accused of any of these sorts of things, that they are similarly affected. Like the aura bleeds on to them. The evil halo bleeds on to them as well. So they abandon us. So we are forced to witness, and no one is talking about this. At least as far as I know. I mean, others are probably talking about, but I don't get to see everything. But we're forced to witness yet again the reality that we can be used to mop the floor, that we can be abused, that we can be lied about, that there is next to nothing that we can do, and that the only way we have a chance of pushing back in the slightest is to have been in a score or more of well-known movies where millions of people have identified with us, where we have our own private 40-plus acre island or whatever it is, or square mile island. I don't know what it is. It's big. And We don't have any of that. So we're forced to witness that throughout the totality of that's a suffering that nobody's going to talk about. And that we, unfortunately, too many white boys out there of any age, they think, or it's because they have a misunderstanding of masculinity, or you can't talk about that it's harming us emotionally, that it's harming us psychologically to witness this. You can't talk about it because then that's not being masculine. Well, dumbasses, not talking about the way that you're sick means that the doctor doesn't know how to treat you. It means that people, that nobody cares about what's happening to you as a consequence, because you're not articulating it. Not only that, but you're also a selfish little turd, because there are going to be men out there. Maybe you can handle it. Maybe you got it all working on. Maybe you had the best connections and you got into the right fraternity and you met all the right people and your life is just fucking perfect as a consequence of it. But you know what? The rest of the white male population didn't get that, buddy. We didn't get that. And so maybe there are white guys out there that are struggling to death to get by, and that having to witness something like this is real psychological trauma. But you're okay though. So that's all that matters. You're a sellout bitch if you're one of those guys. Speak up about the suffering that having to witness this again and again causes for white males around the world. The other thing that I want to talk about, and I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying, is that the other thing that is troubling for white males as we witness this spectacle is this pick me phenomenon. Women are turning out in the droves to support Johnny Depp. And this is a pick me phenomenon that is disgusting. They all have some part of them. They're not looking at the data at all. They're not looking at how Johnny Depp has behaved over the years. They're not looking at how he's destroyed property and everything. They don't care at all. They just have a crush on him because he's attractive, because he's a multimillionaire, because he's clout and famous. And for some reason, all you got to do is like be in a movie. And well, I mean, just look at the effects of how musicians are. They could be hideous and women will be fainting just before them just because of the popularity they have. And we could talk about the cause of that another day. But as a consequence, all of these women are shouting hands up high and pick me. Johnny Depp could not have done that. It's just all Amber Heard is all bad and Johnny Depp is all good. And what are we as regular guys throughout society? What are we observing? We can't do that. That won't happen for us. If the girlfriend or wife or mother in our lives are psychologically, verbally, physically abusing us or whatever it might be, and we go out into the world and we say, wow, she's really abusing me. And she goes out in the world, no, he abused me. There is not going to be no wave of women all shouting, pick me. You didn't do anything wrong. Pick me. So you see this dynamic in society that at every single turn is harmful to white males. At every single turn. And, by the fact of collateral damage, harmful to non-white males as well. Not as many and not as deeply harmful, but nonetheless harming them as well. So these are just a couple of the things I wanted to share, and particularly the most important, how we take this conversation in a direction that benefits our people, our civilization, and therefore us, so that the day will come in the future where we have strong borders, we're not being white erased from our civilization, and when lowlifes, whether they're millionaire lowlifes that are in movies or the crack house down the street, which, by the way, both Heard and Depp look like you could find them there, that no one will care. No one will watch. And the people who have to be in the courtroom and participate, they're going to hate their lives until it's over. So let me see what you all are saying. We're going to start off with the financial gifts, because those people will be heard no matter what. We have the one and only, the great Bubba. Over here on Cash App, which is working again. $20 financial gift from Bubba. And he said everything he wanted to say with those $20. That's the $20 threshold. Let's get a round of Rogers emojis for Bubba. Anybody with a name like Bubba is cool. Let's be serious, right? At least I'm a good Southern boy, so everybody knows a few Bubbas. We also have the infinitely reliable I Love Jesus Christ. Wonderful lady. $10 financial gift. Thank you so very much for that gift. I Love Jesus Christ. Over there on Cash App. We'll swivel around here and thank you all for applauding. It is due. We have over here, get your raucous emojis back out, because the one and only Dude Bro Moment, financially gifting $75. God bless you, brother. And I'm glad you liked that video that we made. Folks, if you haven't seen it, it's Morbid Musings by Dude Bro Moment, or with Dude Bro Moment. $75 financial gift. Thank you so much. He writes, for white well-being from the morbid one. That's great. Thank you, brother. A real champion. Keep those going. Keep the raucous emojis out. Go and keep them going, because Mr. Bloom financially gifted $25. What a Herculean champion he is, because not only is this guy out financially gifting, he's leaflets, he's also, and shows up, he's got great testimonials. He's also helping to make and cement connections between me and other content creators and thought leaders, in the hope that we can get some sort of synergy going. So it's a wonderful thing. Thank you so much, Mr. Bloom. $25 financial gifts right here. Hi, brother. I hope you're doing well. Do you have any advice on how to stay productive? Sleep patterns, schedules, setting reminders for yourself, etc. One of my biggest cons is my time management. I always lose track of time and then lose the motivation to do anything. I see this as a case with a lot of young white men. Well, I will absolutely, that's a fantastic question. I will answer that as soon as I come back from the break, so we don't drop the continuity here. But that's a great question. Thank you so much for that. You're obviously, you're pushing through because you're making a lot of things happen, but I can give a few tips that have worked for me. Western Loyalist. Great name. Financially gifting $5. Hello, long time lurker here for white well-being. Amen to that, and thank you. And please feel free to lurk all you want. I don't mind, long as you're in service to white well-being, as long as you're going free. That's the part that matters, and I really appreciate it. But thank you for speaking up, and a big salute to you and all the other lurkers out there, which is very close to a looker, which, as you know, down home means quite attractive. He is the eunuch, the unifier. Financially gifting $5. Thank you. Weekly folk ties to encourage everyone to eschew Hollywood, music stars, and other celebrities. These people only exist to distract you from what matters and enforce meme pathogens at a societal level. Kip. Keep it Promethean, a little white heart emoji. God bless you, sister. You are so right. And when she says eschew, it has nothing to do with chewing. Don't do that. Don't think about chewing there. That's mastication, to confuse you further. And looks like that is all we have there. Let's see if we have anybody over here, and then I'll look into the live chat. Let's see. Westy Betsy says the Rottweiler analogy was too good. Well, thank you. I'm glad it worked for you. Let's see. What else is over there? Bear Trap. Did I tell you guys I got a tooth knocked out? Did we read that? Yeah, that was 2 days ago. I don't think I read that, though. knocked out in a grocery store with a can. Oh my gosh. In a grocery store by one of these zombies. So you were physically attacked. Wow, that's terrible. I'm sorry you had to endure that. I've had teeth knocked out in fights, and it is just like the cartoon. You're like, and you keep fighting. It's bloody, but you keep fighting. Westy is Bestie says, thank you for covering this, Jason. Since going free, I cannot enjoy any mainstream content. It always rubbed me the wrong way. But you have conclusively identified exactly what, and this is talking about what rubs me the wrong way. The vehement anti-whiteism in the many sly ways, they play into our subconscious. And I think that was, you also wrote that on YouTube, didn't you? Oh my gosh. Folks, Luke Mason is with us, lurking as well, he says. He's going free so hard. Great to see you, brother. All right, let me look over here to YouTube. We're going to be coming back to Mr. Bloom. I'm going to scroll backwards and get out your raucous emojis again, ladies and gentlemen. Break them out again, because right now, a $40 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Came in from Quebec, one of our wonderful champions. Thank you so very much. Quebec, $40. We deeply appreciate it, as prices are soaring and everybody's talking about what Heard. Amber just wants to be heard playing the victim. What's the problem? But of course, so does Johnny Depp. All right, jump to the top. And looks like Carrie is here. Hello to you and welcome. James is here. Hello. Elaine says, I'm starving with no white guilt, so I have to start cooking and listening with NWG. Well, I hope by now that you've started eating and you're starving less. DEFCON 1 is with us. Hello. And so is Michael. And so is Johnny Depp. Is he really with us? Maybe. Gary Walker says, NWG deserves a nightclub in every city. What an act. That would be fun. And at some of them, we would have brawls afterward. The anti-whites, it would be so triggered. Could you imagine some of these anti-white, some of the more like really ostentatious with their dress and makeup, and the makeup on their dress? That would be fun. All right, we have Heh is with us and writes here, Depp is well known for doing make-a-wishes for tons of kids as Cap. Jack. So he goes out and he does, maybe this is, do they, when they do the make-a-wish for kids, let me ask, is it, which in its idea is really a wonderful thing. But when I've seen these, it's predominantly non-white children in a country that is predominantly composed of white people. And there are places in this country where you could certainly go and it would be all white. Does he ever go there? Do they have video of him there? But I bet he goes places where it's all non-white. All kids, of course, should be helped. And there's nothing worse than a sick child. So that doesn't matter the race. Archangel. But I mean, certainly, I'm sure is not implying that you can beat a person, that you can be anti-white, and as long as you do something good, then it offsets. But it does tell us a little bit more about what he gets up to, at least what his agent demands that he does so he can continue to get work. Archangel, always remember to man up and do what women tell you to do. Yeah, this is another thing, guys. and ladies out there, no woman can ever say what a man is. So when a woman, it's impossible. They can't say what a man, but they try all the time because they want to define a man as service to a woman, obedience to a woman. And I'm talking about the outcome, ladies. So don't tell me, no, it's about X, Y, or Z. And then we get to that outcome and it ends up being service and obedience to the woman. So yeah, when a woman says man up, just tell you, you have no idea what a man is. You could never articulate it. And anything that you would say would be wrong. I remember there was this anti-white white woman years ago who we got into a conversation and she tried to say, I can't recall, maybe it'll come back to me, what I had said that, you know, like white men need to be X, Y, or Z, or no, I didn't even say white men. It's just like, we need to be doing something. And then she, being an anti-white white female, decided she was going to bring in, oh, here's what it means to be a man. A man doesn't behave that way. That's how she tried to like chide me for the position that I had used a lot reason, logic, and evidence to position to take. And she said, no, you should be a man, and a man doesn't behave that way. That's another really, as soon as a woman, if you're in a, guys, if you're dating a woman, I'll get back to the story in a moment. If you're dating a woman and she starts saying, this is what a real man does, and she identifies other guys, maybe friends of your both, or maybe just of hers, or popular like celebrities. She says, that's what a real man is, and he does exactly what I say. When she does that, run, just run, because that is the biggest red flag of, I am a controlling, domineering, dominating bitch, and I will ruin your life to make you subservient to me. So just get away from that immediately. I mean, could you imagine saying to a woman, showing up and immediately you sit down to eat dinner with her, and first date, and she orders whatever, and you're like, honey, a woman doesn't do that. No, a woman does not. No, you would just, if she ordered something massive and disgusting and she was going to be gorging and she gorged herself on it and that was off-putting to you, then you just wouldn't call her up again, right? You wouldn't say, a woman doesn't do this, because that's a clear attempt to control that individual by then saying that she has to live up to your standard of her sex/gender. I mean, come on. So if a woman does this to you, just leave. Or if you think that she's worth it in other ways, and maybe you want to try a couple more dates to try to illuminate her, doesn't work for a lot of women, but if you want to try to illuminate her on that, go ahead. I've tried in the past, but this woman, she said, that's not what a man does. The man behaves this way. And I just very frankly said to her, who the hell do you think you are trying to tell me what a man is? You're a woman. You don't get to decide what a man is. Now, up to that point, she had been most disgusted. I mean, you could read the disgust on her. She was just a nasty anti-white. You could read the disgust on her face. As soon as I said, who the hell are you? You don't get to decide what a man is. I'm a man. I get to decide. She was horny as... I wanted to end the conversation. No, please tell me more. She just wanted to follow me after that. She wanted to know more, that she was suddenly aroused. I could see it creeping up into her cheeks. She never felt that before. Said, who the hell are you to tell me what a man is? She's like, no, please, man, take me. One moment, she's like scolding, bitch. This is a man, worships me and does what I say. And then the next minute, she's like, here are my legs. Here are my legs. Nature's taken over. Come to that sweet spot. Surge is with us. So's Thunderbolt. And Nathaniel, great to see you, brother. Dave is here. All right. Says here, that according to the mainstream media, MSM, the anti-white media, that white supremacists, this is their anti-white slur. We never use their garbage because it gives their story power, that they hijacked the Northmen. Good grief. We'll have to come back to that. Somebody remind me when we come back from the break. LG, how you doing, sister? Great to see you. Right, Jason, I love your bracelet. I love silver. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Dude Bro Moment says, preach it. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Great guy. Okay, we got some gas prices. Biospirit says $6 in California. My God. De Novo, $4.40 in Illinois. Hyperborean Dream, $55 to fill up the other day to a 3/4 tank. Yeah, we're getting mighty close to me not being able to fill up. That's fill up the gas tank. Everything else, I fill up to excess. Let's see. What else? Somebody's saying something about their mom. The screen leapt on me. I apologize. Azimuth Clark, great to see you, brother. LG pointing out that 600 plus acres is indeed, that's right. That sounds right. Yeah. So how big is his island? I have no clue. It might, it's not really the what all little captains will say. It's not the size of the island, it's motion in the ocean. Peter says Amber Turd. That really puts it right in place, doesn't it? It's so true. Reconquist Lady, hello and welcome. Great to see you. Great to see everybody. We're having some fun today. Vexed is with us. We got to cover some more when we come back. When we come back from a very short break, we're going to cover. What do y'all want to cover? We're going to talk about Mr. Bloom's question. We'll talk, I guess, briefly about the Northmen, and if anybody has any questions there, any more about this. Lapis is with us. Hello, sister, and welcome. So's Arden White. Great to see you. Got one of your messages that you wrote in the thread to read a little bit later. That was great. Isabella, welcome to you. Shauna Shaw, Nancy Drew, Chiragi, hello and welcome. Bass guitarist is with us. Says, hey, no, I Gil, did a full body workout and ate a whole chicken afterward today. Wow. That's like a whole day's workout. Well done. I will also, if somebody reminds me, I will give a tip, a very powerful tip about working out for men and women for all of your goals. So somebody remind me when we come back and you will have a powerful tip. White Calling is with us. Mrs. Jess Horst, welcome, dear lady. Tall Kevin is here. Great to see you, brother. The best ever was me. Hello to you. Glenn is here. Hello and welcome. Promethean Healing says, Promethean greetings, brother. Well, a big Promethean greetings to you as well. I think we will go ahead and have a brief break. And when we come back, we will address those things that I was just talking about. Looking forward to it. See you soon.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
is no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same, it is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Hollywood isn't history. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of anti-Whitism. Anti-Whitism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Koehner. Arm yourself with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whitism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best within legal means to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And we're back. The sun is getting lower in the sky here outside of Washington, D.C., in Virginia, Mordor on the Potomac. Mordor looks quite lovely there. That's the Jefferson Memorial. And as someone, I think, I'll go ahead and say, Ladybug said what did you call it? A pond. The pond. That's by demoting a little bit there, the pond. But yes, there you have it. Can you all see the people moving around? I don't know. If you're on your phone, you can. Let's go ahead and hey, let's get to what you all want to talk about. What do you all want to talk about? We'll talk about it. And please, once again, you take this opportunity to share the URL with your circles of influence. Even if you shared it once already, I deeply appreciate it if you did. There will be people who they were busy earlier. They will get your alert and the second one, and they will end up coming on over. Let's talk about really quickly. What was it about the Northmen? Oh, they were saying that said that anti-whites were saying that white supremacists had taken it over. I mean, you're joking. This movie is anti-white. Southern Bloom, great to see you, sister. The movie is anti-white. Did you all watch? I've got a more detailed review, and then I've got a shorter review, and I get right to it. So if you have any specific questions about the Northmen, please ask them and tag me. It ultimately, it comes right down to it's the choreography for the sword play and fighting is atrocious. And if you watch that and you think, oh no, that looks good to me, well then you just have terrible taste. That's the way it is. Maybe you do other things well, but the sword play, the fighting is awful. As I say, the choreography there, and it's analogous to the old Batman TV show. And so they should have put like the wham, wazoo, and blam, and those words that they would write on the screen before or on Batman. The costumes were maybe a tiny bit better than Renaissance Festival costumes. The scenes were all really tight and very dark. They put tons of money into it. Where did the money go? I guess into people's mansion payments and Ferrari payments and everything else. It didn't go into this movie. And what else? It is ultimately an anti-whites impression of what a society looks like when white males are either totally in charge or influence heavily. And I say rather than just totally in charge and leave it at that, because there's also this idea that they try to push in anti-whiteism that women were actually in charge of Northern European tribes and groups of people, that they were considered the mouth of God, and so that whatever a woman said could very well be the will of one of the gods. So you can't object to that, right? Especially at a primitive time, and that they also wielded power from there. They wielded power over the home, and that men ultimately amounted to these replaceable cogs that move one from the other. They're just meant for fighting and dying and building the house and farming. That's what men are for. So they try to push that. So that's why I say either heavily influenced. And there's no glory talking about men and what they want. And the other thing is, all they want to do, white men, is just kill and rape and incest and steal. That's all white men do. That's all they were doing. And they were filthy the entire time. If you want to see that depiction of us, be my guest. I went through that horror for you all. I went into that movie theater and the seats were just disgusting. You know, I mean, they're you know, they're nice. They recline. We are in Northern Virginia, so they're nice. They recline and that sort of thing. But I mean, the leather, of course, is wearing away, and I just get this feeling. You ever get that feeling? You go into like a public environment, and you're like, it's just the only way to clean this is to burn the place down. I mean, that's just. So I went in there and I sat there. It's the kind of place that you would maybe lay a blanket down on the chairs if you could, and then leave the blanket because you don't want it in your washing machine. I'm probably being just too picky, but that's the way it is. And so I went in there for you. I wasted money for you. I sat through. I took notes. I got a notebook here of notes for you. Watch the review, and you'll know what happens in the movie. You won't come away from that with any pride. There aren't any moments of glory where a man sees the combat in his eyes, or you don't feel glory. And then if you want to get into the movie and talk about it in a dysfunctional, unproductive, deleterious, injurious way, like everybody else does, and we can talk about like, why did the character do this and why did that character do that? I mean, I can do that with you. We can speculate all day. I guarantee you 1,000-fold that I could come up with far more interesting takes on and intriguing takes on why characters may have done this or that. I mean, my imagination, absolutely. I could run away with the game. So I could do everything else. So, well, not everything else. You can see that since I am so amazing, I attract amazing. And one of those amazings was just playing the piano right there. And that was Richard Wagner. And that was his piece titled Prometheus Rising that he made for my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, which I will be reading a section of shortly. But when you are the best, and by being the best doesn't mean you're perfect. It means you're always striving to do the right thing, to be the best. Falling short means that you're trying. So, but you're striving to do that, and you're endeavoring, and that is where you want to be. And when you are like that, then you will attract those kind of people. And that's why, even though this community, albeit growing, is not as big as others, it is far more powerful, far and away more powerful than other communities. If all of these old guys that we have all the respect for, if they could consider anything other than, in the white sympathetic sphere, if they could consider anything other than one ass in a seat being the same as any other ass in a seat, then they would be able to conclude, by way of observation, that we are infinitely more effective and productive than all of these others. But all they can see, for whatever reason, they got some thick blinders on, is number of asses in seats. And any person as good as any. It doesn't matter how long he spends on that gaming console in the basement. He's just as good as a Richard Wagner, or a Final Blossom, or a Brant Danger, or, just on and on. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Come on, I've gotten loud with these guys before, and I feel like I won't be able to do much, but just get loud with them. That's just the way it is. But I want to get over here and ask your questions, folks. Get my attention, and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Artificer says, the cream rises to the top, sir. It does indeed. Well said. Oh, Dude Bro Moment looking for the workout tip. Well. Are you all ready for the workout tip? De novo, also, workout tip. All right. Yes. And the workout tip. Mr. Bloom is there as well. All right. We got this problem just to cause you all to sit even further on the edge of your seat. Soon you'll just be squatting. You see this, the trolls show up, and we have the best troll slayers in the business. I mean, come on. These people are not actually just troll slayers. They come down from being epic warriors for white well-being to troll slay, because they can't get enough of service to white well-being. And So we get these trolls, they show up and they think they're going to make a problem in our community. And it's such a joke. But you got this one that keeps showing up with trying to talk about one group of our women. Also, I guess, not only just loving the ethnicity that they're in, but also another ethnicity. I'm all of those ethnicities of the white race. I got it all in me, all of it. So maybe you have something there. That's why they all love me. I just get them coming and going. So you want to keep showing up, you just keep getting your accounts deleted. And then you're just going to sit in that warm bathtub with that razor blade contemplating. Contemplating. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, go free. Stop being a jackass. All right. And I said I was going to be nicer to people. That's pretty nice. I'm saying don't commit suicide. Even though it probably is, an option for you. Workout tip. Okay, this is a big workout tip. So everybody who made it today, you have come at the right time. You've shown up at the right time. Workout tip. When you go to the gym or you're working out at home, when you go to your workout, make some of these days. And the idea here is to not have like a regular, although you could put it like in a scheme where it say comes up like every third Monday or something of this nature, where you do not count your reps. You just honestly do your reps until you are fatiguing so much that you cannot continue. Certainly if this is with any weight that you're going to be under, you absolutely need a spot. I'm not talking about going to failure. That's a different thing. If you're doing shoulder shrugs and you get to the point where you get like halfway through and then they suddenly fall because you failed, I don't think failure reps are productive. They're dangerous. The body, you're not meant to suddenly throw a load onto your system that way. So what I'm talking about is what you are honestly at that moment believe is this is the last good, slow, methodical rep that I can do. Then you rack the weight. Now you can only do this every now and again because you will end up lying to yourself. You'll end up pretending that you are as fatigued as the last rep. So that's why you can only do it every now and again. But it is wildly productive for you. So mix this in maybe every third week or so on one of your. But if you break up your workouts, you want to do it like on all of those workouts. So let's just say you have upper body one day, just for simplicity, upper body one day, lower body one day. You've come around to the third week or whatever it is when you're going to do this. Make sure you do it on both of those days. You don't skip lower body or upper body because it's not the specific day. So you go into, so you say you do 3 sets of, and just to make this a little bit clearer for folks, let's say you do 3 sets of squats. And normally you do, I don't know, let's say 8 reps a set. Well, get under that bar, the weight you normally do, and start knocking them out, but do not count. Just go and it doesn't matter how many you actually get. You don't need to, you're not looking for a new number. The numbers here are deleted for the workout. You're just going to go until that rep that you're just, and don't also confuse like a scrunched up face or a screwed face or whatever it is. It's what you're actually feeling in your muscle. Can't do this anymore. And of course, this is after a warm-up rep or set rather. So you're already warm. Don't just do this cold. And then you rack. And then you do that again. The same thing as far as you can to that final rep. You know you can't do one more, rack. And then do it again. So if you're just doing these 3 sets of squats, this is just an example. You do it again. So you're not counting. It doesn't matter. You don't want to know. Because this is about you and the weight. This is about you and the resistance. So you can do this with, you can do it running as well. So you're running or stairs at the stadium or whatever. Do the same thing. No counting on that day. It's just you and the exercise, you and the weight, you and the resistance. It's like I don't know how, a more of a natural moment for the body. And you'll find that after that day, you really feel it. That doesn't mean that you change the number of reps or the weight, but it also doesn't mean that you do moving forward, but it also doesn't mean that you don't. You'll discover that your body and working on, this is kind of like a parallel thing. I'll give you like a little view of, along with this magnificent tip. And that is, the body is not on like this perfect arc from worse shape or less strength or less tone to better shape, more strength, more tone. That's not natural. That's not how nature works. It's much more like it's going up and then, kind of like this, if you stick with it. So the body's going to have these breakdown, get worse periods. So don't panic when you have those weeks where you're weaker. You can't do as many reps, whatever it is. You can't do as big of a lift, because that's just part of the process. So that's it. And let me know, come back and let me know how you did when you decided to do your workout without counting, just going to that final full rep that you can do under total control, methodically, nice. And you're paying, full attention to the lift. Let me not mislead here. You're not like doing that weird thing that put your mind in the muscle. That's horseshit. All right. I hope that helps. If there's any questions about that specifically in application, I will answer. 0022 is with us. He says, I'd like to see Jason do more movie reviews on other people's movie reviews. That would be too time consuming though. Yes, it would also be, I can speak generally. I don't want to, I can speak generally about the typical review that other people give. And like I said, if it's for entertainment's sake, and you want to sit down with a good friend, and by a good friend, it could literally be somebody with you or a content creator is your good friend, because maybe you don't know each other, but you know what I mean. You're like, you watch the person all the time and you just want to have a relaxing evening or whatever, and let your imagination roam about why a character might do X, or what might have happened in the character's past that causes this now. If you want to do that, then fine. Just be aware that's what you're doing. Be aware that you're not actually gaining anything of value other than the escape from reality in that moment, which is fine. Folks need escape. And you can also, if you could do that, you could throw some funny things in as well. Some incongruous things. Maybe the prince and the Northman did what he did because in his youth, he wanted to be an ice cream salesman. Whatever. You could work anything in and make a plausible argument. Just about anything. That might be a stretch. Although we could easily redefine what ice cream salesman means for that period. So you see, I could do these circles around folks. And that would just make them even more envious and feel even more threatened. And we don't want to do that. All right, so we did the workout. Even the Northman, which shows our people at our lowest. Just a story of us with only us is tolerable to the anti-whites. It's intolerable. I'm Bain says this. It's intolerable. Yes, exactly. I don't know. I think many of the anti-whites who would disparage the Northmen haven't seen it. And if once they do, I would surmise that they're going to get quiet. They would stop talking about it. They would say, fine, let them have that because they look awful. A couple of the things, like so many MPs in there, like the no rhythm And we'll talk about that in the MP we're going to cover. They found white people either pretending to have no rhythm or actually having no rhythm. They put them all together and they had them dance around a campfire several times. It was awful. It was all, you really got the impression that these are beasts that don't do much thinking, and they're not really good at much other than violence, raping, stealing. That's all they're good at. That's really the impression you got. And honestly, if you're really wondering, should you waste any money on this? Just understand that to prove that the king, to prove that he was worthy of being a king, he was on all fours, eating out of a plate of like entrails fed to him by this homeless looking old man. And to prove that he was worthy of being the king, he belched. And then the prince, same thing, on all fours, eating out of a plate of entrails like a dog, and given to him by what looks like a homeless old man that needed more clothing, by the way, filthy as well. And the little boy, to prove that he could be the king, farted. I'm not kidding. All right. Now we're going to get up to Mr. Bloom's question, and we're going to get to these Go Free and Prometheus Rising. Bass is here. Hello to you. Salute in return. Archangel, how do you create progressive overload and track progress without counting reps and weight? This is only one day. You go about it the same way you do your normal workout. And thanks for the question for clarification. Like you're doing your normal workout. You have so many sets at the squat rack, for example, and you use whatever weight at the squat rack. So if you're counting, you're still doing your sets, you're just not counting your reps. So you'll find, obviously, if you're being honest with yourself, the first, maybe you'll be really surprised yourself too, that first set that you think is all you can do, when you find out that you're pushing yourself to your extreme, you can do a lot more. And then you realize, wait a second, I'm holding some in reserve here for my workout. And then if I'm holding some in reserve for my workout at the beginning, am I actually holding some in reserve for the totality of the workout that I'm here working out, whether it's at the gym or home or the track or wherever? So it's a big way to get to know yourself better too. And that's what we got to look in that mirror. You got to know who you really are and then deal with that. Promethean Healing said, I found this to be very productive too. So you do the same thing? All right, now we're going to get over to Mr. Bloom's questions. And let me quickly check this Cash App and make sure we didn't miss anybody. And we did. So it's a good thing we checked. We have Artificer financially gifting $10. He says, for white well-being tithe. God bless you, brother. Really appreciate that. Thank you for being loyal and dedicated to our people and service to white well-being. Thank you so much. And let me check over here, make sure on entropy. I didn't miss anybody. Okay, didn't miss anybody there. Looks like on D Live, who's over there? Bigot Smalls is going to town in the messaging. Hello to you. Oh, he says his sock puppets are banned on YouTube. So he's over there on D Live. Okay, looks like we're doing all right. Nope, didn't miss anybody over on Odyssey as well. So we'll get to Mr. Bloom's question, which I will read again. Hi, brother. I hope you're doing well. Do you have any advice on how to stay productive? Sleep patterns? Okay, first off, I'm going to say I am wretched at sleep. If you know anything about sleep, you can tell me. It reminds me of of a joke that I'm going to make up right now, largely. A traveler lands in Tel Aviv airport and sees a sign that says information. The traveler goes over and he says, hello, is this information? And the guy at the counter says, yes, what can you tell us? So terrible at sleep. Technically, though, I have a new strategy, so I'll share that. And I'm about to implement it. And I think this will be the thing that works for me. And that is sight gabers. Specifically, now we could take sight gabers to some more levels, but I'm going to start with just the sun. So, already, I guess I have my systems set up, my phone, my machines, the monitors that are all around me here. They're set up to go dim, remove much of the blue. I might even take more of the blue out at dusk. And then, I've not done this before, have the window in the bedroom, the blinds open, which is going to be interesting because I sleep nude. So it is what it is. And see like a bunch of folks up at the window. I can think of one little content creator. He would be right up on the window. Anyhow, and use a Zeitgeber, by the way. Just this is a signal to the body by the environment. And it's proven, it's a fact. All animals, even us, you could say we have a soul, but we're still in an animal body. We're influenced by Zeitgeber. So the two primary ones are solar and temperature. And they are important both for going to sleep and for coming out of sleep. When you go camping, what do you find? You find that it's cooler and it's often wetter. And if it's with me, it's very wet. But that's not the guys. If the guys, they're in their own. But you have that as well. Now I'm not going to be able to affect that. I'm not going to take it that far. But the window, the blinds being open so that the sun comes in, this is important. Not so much initially for the superficial, and that is just when do you open your eyes or when do you close your eyes, but more important for the hormones, so that your body begins you have this host of hormones that you can actually test, that I have, and you can test and you can see, are these hormones in the body, are they in sync? And they are largely thrown out of sync by the lack or maybe overcoming Zeitgebers with technology. So it's healthiest to be, and mine, not so great. And I'm still this awesome. So imagine if I can get that, all the pistons firing, by engines. If you have a piston that's off, it's putting a hell of a load on the crankshaft and you're not getting near the horsepower out of it. Can you imagine? All the pistons are running. That's like the hormones. So you get that right, and then your body wants to do it for you. So that's what I'm going to implement, or at least try. Life, work, serving white well-being, all that gets in the way. End up sleeping too few hours. But, I guess it's an unfortunate, shouldn't be sacrificed because of how important sleep and rest is. So that's to sleep. And what else do you say here? To be productive, scheduling, and setting reminders. One of my biggest cons is my time management. I always lose track of time and then lose the motivation to do anything. I see this as a case with a lot of young white men. Fantastic question. For me, I create, and it sounds very simple, but it works. I create to-do lists. So I've got a couple. You've got work, you got white well-being, other things that I have put into to-do list form in the past. Now that I'm just being, just want to be healthy with my body and my strength, endurance. I don't anymore because I know that it's habitual. It's going to be like on one of these days this, one of these days that, and then I find where I can fit it into that schedule. But a to-do list, and that's what you work on during the day. Then you have two other kinds of lists. I'm going to give you a big tip. I'm giving folks big tips today that really work in the real world. This isn't repackaged Aesop fable for a bunch of money that isn't going to do anything for you. There's a big difference between goals and objectives. So you can set all kinds of goals for life. And you can write that down and you can put it somewhere. You can tape it to the wall. And it could be any number of things. But you can only have a few of those things at a time as objectives, because objectives are the things you actively work on and they take a lot of your time. So, and you also have, at least for me, and I know Mr. Bloom as well, you'll have objectives relative to white well-being. So that means you're going to be taking a chunk of time. So you could have, technically, to get started, you could have like a goal list, a bunch of general things. Then you have your objective list. That's, you know, I'm going to leaflet maybe 500 homes this month. That's your objective. That's not a goal. That means you are working on it. Then on your to-do list, now we're getting, you know, down where it actually, okay, well, this is the first week of the month. So I'm going to write in there, I want to get 300. I want to get started fast and knock them out because I know next week I've got X, Y, or Z. And then you just keep going back and referring to this list. Now, to stay focused, especially if you are maybe getting out of focus a little bit, don't go back to your to-do list or your objective list and pick the hardest thing to do, because that will discourage you. You'll look at that and you'll think, oh my God, you know, I already feel like I've slowed down here. And this sounds like, Mr. Bloom, what you're talking about. I already feel like I've slowed down. I had a whole day of, you know, sitting on my ass or whatever it might be. Instead, grab a bunch of the little things to do first and knock those down. Even if you don't have anything on your to-do list specifically that's little, you can find, now you have to be careful here though, you can find a couple little things to do so that you can knock them down. And as soon as you knock a couple things down, you'll have that energy to propel you to do the thing that's on your objective list that you got to get to easily, because it's about emotion, and you are setting up victories that lead to a bigger victory. You don't want to do this though. This is where people can get sidetracked. And if you are aware that it exists and that you could fall prey to it, then you'll stop yourself from doing it. And that is indulging in busy work rather than doing things that need to get done. So if you have an objective to get 500 leaflets out, and it is, you know, 4 more days left in the, say every month you're doing 500, 4 more days in the month, and you've only done 100 of the 500, and you find yourself thinking, I really should clean the mirror in my bathroom, and that can get me going, you know, a small victory, getting something done, and then move on to the next thing, and finish up the laundry, and I really should pull some of the weeds out of that flower bed in the front, or whatever it might be. If you find that rather than just doing and knocking out a couple of those things and then moving on to your objective, the things that are really got to get done, you find you just keep finding these little things to do, then you're just doing busy work to not have to do the objective, the real thing that's got to get done. And when you see these things, this is another part of being, you know, an adult man or woman of the West. You have to say to yourself, I am getting up. And then take charge of yourself. You recognize it. I am getting up, or I did, you know, screw up. And now I'm going to do what's right. Now, you know, even if you don't get all 400 leaflets posted, that's not what's the most important thing at that point. What what is the most important thing at that point is conquering you, because you have to have control over you. That's ultimately, and this is the kind of thing that we recapture our destiny more and more at a school of the West in the future. We'll be teaching our young to conquer themselves so that they control their destiny, not so that they are at the whim of society and what the anti-whites want to do. You have to conquer yourself. So that's another big tip about keeping a schedule and maintaining patterns. Now, when it comes to setting reminders, the technology has made it infinitely easy for us. And I use the alarms on my cell phone all the time. If it's something I got to do, I absolutely will set an alarm. I've got to attend to it by a certain time. I will absolutely set an alarm. And then when that goes off, I will abide by it. And here's another big tip so that our community can be explosive in its success, is that if you've set that alarm and that alarm goes off that says, all right, now I've got to do X, Y, Z. I planned for X, Y, or Z right now, but you're in the middle of putting out a literal fire or taking a woman to heaven and back. You have to do something to remind yourself that, okay, I've got to get back to this alarm. You're not going to be able to reset it right then. And you don't want to end up in that habit either of just, okay, well, I can't do it now. I'll just do it later. Let me reset. No, you want to get to it as soon as possible. So in that moment, whatever it might be, you could do this. Even in both of those moments I just articulated, you have to do something with your environment that will remind you that you're going to get to this alarm ASAP. So what might it be? Well, you have a tissues box on we'll just go to the bed. Or we could go to the laundry room, because a fire or lovemaking can both happen there. And so I guess a fire could happen in the bedroom, but you grab something in that environment, and something that won't break or break something else, and you throw it, or even if it's something like a bedside, on the bedside, and maybe you have everything meticulously laid out, you can move something to where it's not supposed to be. So the box of tissues, where they're not supposed to be, they're over there by the laundry basket or something weird. And you can actively say in your own mind, you can say it out loud if you want, but especially if it's something that you think you're even, it's more tenuous, it's likely for you to forget. You could say out loud that the reason why you've put that thing there is to remind you to do X, Y, or Z. And then as soon as you are finished taking her to heaven and back, you can get right to X, Y, or Z, because you'll say, what's the tissue? Oh, yes, that's right. Why is my watch on that side of the end? Oh, yes, that's right. And then you get right to it. So there are some tips. Great advice, says Elaine Sabatino. She says, stickers incoming. Are you sending me some stickers, and y'all out stickering? That's fantastic. Patrick of Southtown is with us. Popcorn Power is there. Are there any more questions about that? Promethean Healing says, tips with NWG. In all seriousness, when you're listening to other content creators, do they give you such tips to make you supermen and superwomen? Maybe they do. I'll have to head over there and listen. Since we're talking about engines and pistons, writes bass guitarist, can we discuss how density, altitude affects aircraft performance? Well, I don't know if you want to reveal any of your knowledge in that area or not, my friend. But bass guitarist may have, or he may not have, knowledge in that area. And this, I assume, the density that we're talking about here would be both the effect on since especially he mentioned the pistons, on the combustion as well as the lift. but I would absolutely defer. Sloth says, what helps with me, and this is the great Sloths is with us, ladies and gentlemen. That's fantastic. What helps with me is having the blinds open everywhere I go. I have to be able to see the current state outside, the sun, over the most of the day. So for sleeping, Sloths keeps the windows open all day, the blinds up, so that his body is constantly receiving the signal. Okay, it's dawn, it's noon, it's dusk, and he's able to sleep better as a consequence. That is a great tip. All right, I think we might have Promethean healing. Yes, I try to go until I can do only one complete rep. Okay, there you go. And stop without doing it. Okay. Also, yeah, just don't go to the failure rep. Not ultimately not good. Also, the not counting, but rather going by feel. Simplicity seems like the best way. But here's the thing, brother. If you do that regularly, this not counting, you'll begin cheating. If you're honest with yourself, you'll find yourself cheating. It's natural. It's normal. To live and survive, we want to get the most for the least amount of input. And lying to ourselves is one of the easiest ways. 0022, it's the people who run the channels who need to know that they are ones putting race and subjects where they don't necessarily belong. Well, right. But I mean, they're always going to put it in because it's all about victimizing Western kind. All right, Mr. Bloom and Waylon Smithers here at the bottom. Patrick of Southtown says, "Hails, brother." And it looks like people are they're asking for the No White Guilt Clips to absolutely clip this part. Well, he'll make me sound a lot better. I don't know how, but when he's done, it'll be magical. Would you consider having Simon Roche on for an interview with you in the future? Potentially. I'd have to see the kind of Waylon, what he's sharing these days. Thank you for being here and asking. All right. Yeah, folks, help out No White Guilt Clips. And if you see a part in a stream that you think, wow, this is powerful, write into the thread at minimum, as soon as you can, under the video, the time that it takes. You don't even have to know how to timestamp something. Just say it's at this hour, this minute, this seconds, to this hour, this minute, this seconds. And maybe write out the name No White Guilt Clips so that he can potentially catch that you have shared this and then potentially get to making. There's no hope that he could make a clip of something that you thought was amazing other than a roll of the dice that he caught it and also thought it was amazing, and then also makes a clip of it. So you increase the odds of it being made infinitely and serving our people. If you can do that for him, because it's very time consuming, as you know. And HB 2014 would also benefit from that and the great, magnificent clips that he makes. So make sure you write that in, and then there'll be a chance of it getting made. Both No White Guilt Clips and HB 2014, and maybe someone else out there, maybe you're hearing my voice right now. You'll start making wonderful clips as well and spreading them of the work we're doing. They could do more clips if they didn't have to always be the ones hunting as well through these long streams. Thank God I still don't do the 8, 9, 10 hour streams. HB back then was doing that all himself, I think, wasn't he? I don't know how he got any made, but get your raucous emojis together, folks. Get them out, because we have Ron financially gifting $175. $175. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. He writes here, noble brother, never can I repay you enough for the blessings going free has given me. Where once I was incredulous and maddened by anti-white people and goings on around me, now I understand. Since going free, I have been able to maintain a cool head and have been able to disassemble the anti-white narrative and the current thing to people who were otherwise asleep. Thank you. Well, God bless you, man. That testimonial is worth infinite monetary value. God bless you for that. Thank you so much. And thank you so very much for that $175 financial gift. That is beautiful. And folks, if you're out there, you're wondering, maybe you're a brand new lurker who might be a looker and wallflower, whatever you might be. Maybe you are brand new, you're showing up and you said, hey, I heard about this No White Guilt guy and his community of beautiful champions, brilliant champions who are just conquering the anti-white world. And I'm curious, I want to check it out. Well, if you just heard what Ron had to share, you know the kind of result you can have. So this might be one of those things that should be or could be at least clipped. This testimonial from Ron right here for all to see. And it's so often folks will claim in these other spheres, there's plenty of good people in these other spheres, plenty good things that they're teaching and sharing, what have you. But many of them, out of jealousy, out of feeling threatened by me and the champions in this community, they'll say, oh, all those people who are writing all those endless testimonials, that's all Jason doing it. As though I'm talented, folks. But while my hands are up here, I can only type so fast and my shoes are still on. So as a consequence, many people hear that and they think, well, it must not be real. But then they show up and they see, wow, somebody really did. That's a real person. These people are financially gifting. It has had great meaning for them. It's made a big difference in their lives. How many people, just an honest question, I'm not going to answer it for, I could answer it for you, but I'm not going to. How many people go to other spheres? And we're talking about all of them now. Don't just beat up on the one that's so easy to beat up on, the ant-nat, cult-nats folks. But other spheres, like the Republican, the conservative spheres, and the nationalist spheres, and the patriot spheres, and constitutionalist spheres. How many times do you hear people go into those spheres, learn about, and it's always the same things. It's the same trod and failed tools of doom documenting, doom dissecting, look at the hypocrisy, look at the double standards. How about some sarcasm and irony? Let's look at some data about the different groups and how they behave. Let's look at let's do a perpetrator lineup. Let's do a show of farce in the streets or whatever it might be. How many people learn what they're going to learn there, and then they're overjoyed with the success they have implementing it? I've been in this for almost 3 decades, and I can tell you that really never happens. People get more depressed. They talk about how they shared the data of, say, black crime versus some other group's crime rate, and how the best friend at work never talks to them anymore, and how they lost their job, and how their mother kicked them out, and how it's story after story like that. You've heard it. Maybe you experienced it. Here we have folks come back and they say, my God, my whole life is better. My relationship was getting bad. We can have heroes. We can have heroes. Either they're live with us right now, or they'll be live, or they'll be in the thread afterward. And very easy. I can think of a couple right now who said, my marriage was going down the toilet. And then we started going free. And this is not started going free two weeks ago and everything's better. No, years later, things are better, infinitely better. So, and it's not better because now they've developed become like calcified on the exterior, and they're thicker skin, and so now they're just able to put up with more of all the horror that was before. No, it's a completely different outlook. Their lives are now worth living. If you don't believe it, stick around. I encourage you, please do. You're from one of the other spheres, that's great. You could be a great person, and what they're teaching you could be, some of that could be great. But I promise you, we can say that now without question. You're going to come here if you really go free. It's a practice. You implement this method in your life, everything's going to change for the better. Let's get into going free. And how is everybody doing? Where are we on time? 7:30 on the East Coast. We're going to be taking a look at the Going Free lesson of the day. Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind. If you don't have this, you should get it. Second edition, iteration 2. It's the only one that's available right now. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, and I will sign it for you if you get it from there. This is page 37. And I should probably put on, no, if I put on my glasses. Do you all have this experience if you wear glasses? Do you all have the experience if you put them on and then when you take them off, you cannot see anymore? Like you could see before. You take them off and you cannot see anymore. So if I put them on to read, and this is kind of a mess, but if I put them on to read, it's all blurry. Then afterward, all of this will be blurry too. So seeing is believing, anti-whiteism throughout society. And this is important because, oh, you know what I just saw here? We have 2 more financial gifts to address before we continue. We have Matt financially gifting $5. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very much. And writes here, NWG, no white guilt. And folks, NWG, no white guilt, is not just my moniker. I chose that moniker over 2 decades ago because I wanted everybody to use it. So if you're going to put up a sign, writing no white guilt is a very powerful statement to anti-whites. So thank you, Matt. $5. And we also have here Piers Taylor coming in with a $10 financial gift. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And he says here, today is, I don't know what this is. The ear could be against the door, and I don't know what that day is. Could you write it in the question widget? I don't want to say the acronym until maybe you say it here. A day of commemoration of the courage and sacrifices made by Australian and New Zealand troops at the ultimately disastrous campaign at Gallipoli in 1915. Quote, at the rising of the sun and at its going down, we will remember them. That's beautiful. Now that is the Anzac Day. Thank you so much for sharing that. At the rising of the sun and at its going down, we will remember them. It's a beautiful thing. And we think about our conflicts. And rather than saying that one side was good and one side was bad, which people naturally, I've made the argument a long time ago. I stick to it because we have 2 hemispheres in our brain that they think one's got to be good and one's got to be bad. No, all of our people who were not serving anti-whiteism were good, both sides. I celebrate the bravery on both sides. What do you think that does for me and my sense of well-being, my sense of valor, my sense of what I can achieve in life? So thank you for that, brother. Now, let us continue. The reason why I chose this today, seeing is believing anti-whiteism throughout society, is because we have anti-whiteism, a spectacle of it going on here at the courthouse and down the road. And maybe I will end up going over. We'll see. So, and then we're going to specifically address in entertainment, because this is material that you can use in conversations with folks who bring up Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. In the following segments, you are introduced to MP identification and classification, an ability crucial to going free. You cannot cure yourself of an ailment if you do not identify and classify the ailment. An important point here, by the way, is if people, when they view movies or TV shows, they discuss them as though they are real, they are consciously ignoring the mean pathogens. How healthy is that? Anti-Whiteism is everywhere in Western civilization. Unfortunately, its prevalence can make it difficult for Westmen to identify. Much like deep-sea fish submerged in the vastness of the ocean are unable to fathom a world beyond the water, Westmen submerged in anti-Whiteism can find it difficult to perceive the anti-white narrative as something artificial, fictional, and harmful. However, as with any skill, with time and practice, you will improve your ability to identify and go free of MPs. And the more MPs you are able to identify, the more adept you become at identifying them. You will soon realize that you are no less submerged in anti-white poison than deep-sea fish submerged in the vastness of the ocean. So you will see there's the first part of this is anti-whiteism in commercials. Very useful when you want to talk to friends, family, and strangers, when you want to help educate yourself. There are people out there who would say, and I've already had at least one message where I believe it was a guy was saying, the Northmen can't be anti-white, it's all white people. So that is a very basic place to be. Then there's the positive side is that stars are the limit here. It's all upward. You can't get any worse than that. So that individual has an opportunity to really climb and come to understand the world in a way that will benefit him, that will give him access to latent abilities that he can't even fathom that he has. Anti-Whiteism in entertainment. The entertainment media, popular fiction, stage, screen, and television abound with MPs. We're going to read some of them here. Heroes and villains. Villains are nearly always Westmen. If there are non-white villains, they have a sympathetic backstory, are forced by circumstances caused by Westmen into a life of crime, and or they are working for the true villain who is a Westman. The heroes, crucial to the triumph of good over the white villain, are portrayed by a multiracial cast. Now, of course, this does not mean that white people, non-white people cannot be heroes. They definitely are heroes, non-white heroes. What it does mean is that this is fiction, and this is what is given to us as the portrayal of reality. Anti-whites very cognizant of the fact that of the psychological warfare they're practicing against us. They know that the subconscious mind is seeing the fiction as reality and digests it as reality. And then we end up living our lives primarily by the subconscious mind. So what do you end up seeing and thinking? You end up seeing and thinking that if there are a group of, and you see this most saliently in conservatives and Republicans, if there are a group of people that are all white, they must be wrong. They must be evil. Whatever they're asking for or doing must be somehow underhanded. Some sort of skullduggery is afoot. On the other end of the spectrum, a group that is composed primarily of non-white people, they must be right. They must be wanting to do good. They must be the good guys. You think for a moment that you could look at and you say, I'm in the white, and this is another big place. Please listen to this, because this is at another level. I mean, you think more about these things, you begin to identify these things. There are people in the white sympathetic sphere that would say, no, in that circumstance, I would definitely know that the group that is almost all non-white is not necessarily good. And the group that is all white is not necessarily evil. You say that because your conscious mind can say that, but your subconscious mind, which lives your life for you, cannot say that. And there are great examples. I'm not going to give it away today. There's a great example. I'll give it away at some point in the future. But there is a really great example of how, in the white sympathetic sphere, of how fiction benefits some content creators and harms others. So you can think about this, but since your interpretation of the real world is primarily controlled by your subconscious mind, those movies, those books, those stories, those TV shows, their depiction of good and evil has sat itself with claws in your subconscious mind. And so it is no wonder to me, and this is all about the 200 level IQ level of control versus everybody else out there. It's no surprise to me when I see white people in the white sympathetic sphere take on the adulation, the worship of somebody who hasn't earned it, who hasn't achieved it, because I can see that what they had learned in fiction is working for them, working for those people, and is the content creators, thought leaders, is working for them because in the mind of the new acolyte, the subconscious mind, they believed that's what the hero looks like. So I'll do this, and this isn't the one I was thinking about. There's a big one that I'll share in the future. But why is it that the leaders of, say, like when it comes to ant-nats, because this is a really salient example, why is it that antique nationalists always choose black-haired, questionably white leaders to follow? The reason why is because in fiction, the dark-featured guys have always been portrayed, of white guys, and it won't always be this way, though, because as they have more non-white, as you see, the great heroes of even our lifetimes, they're gone now, replaced by non-white heroes. So, but these folks have grown up seeing that the winner, the strong one, the thinker, the fighter, the achiever, if it's going to be a white guy, it's going to be a dark-featured white guy. And so that's how you end up with leaders of Nazi groups. Instead of being what they articulate in their ideology, they don't like dark features on white people. In their belief system, there's a very big difference between, we say everybody's got the same biospirit of the West. Every white person has the same biospirit of the West. Not the folks who are, like Hollywood Nazis. They have a stark delineation. And even you see the same exact thing in a lot of pagan circles, not all of them, but in many of them, where they say this stark delineation. They see, where we see us all as brothers or cousins, however you want to put it, they see different peoples. And yet they end up with the darkest featured guys leading their groups. How do they get to their groups? How does somebody make it to CEO? Somebody who knows in the corporate world, go ahead and speak up. Because they are lifted from below. That's the lion's share of the work. If you have people that will push you up, then it makes it easy to bring you up. So it's a great example of the effect of fiction on the minds of those in the white sympathetic sphere, that they can, you would think the Nazi group, it should absolutely be the first like platinum blonde haired, blue eyed guy that they come across, that all of them are gravitated toward. But no, it's not. No, because in the movies, that guy is pathetic. He's a dullard. He's slow. He is inadequate. He can't make love. He can't dance. He can't run the mile. He can't, whatever it is, he fails. He is always the loser in the fiction. So why, of course, would these humans, which ultimately are in animal bodies, and unfortunately many of them function at barely a level above animalistic thinking, they gravitate away from something like that, someone like that, to someone like what they end up having at the head of these Nazi groups. But there's another one that's far more salient. I'll tell you all one day. Heroes and villains. We learn that whites are inherently villainous in entertainment, and non-whites are inherently virtuous. Whites can only be good when siding with non-whites against other whites. Westmen need non-white support to make them whole, valuable, and correct. Non-whites are cast in the roles of intellectually superior characters: the genius, scientist, professor, judge, president, even God. And I've shared before, much to my chagrin, it's terrible for me being a white man. When I think of a judge, the image of a black person always comes up. Because of fiction. Black people, they should be seeing black people as judges. White people should be seeing white people as judges. You cannot have, let me rephrase. This is the inherent impracticability of a multiracial environment. You don't want to teach black kids that judges and doctors are only white, and you don't want to teach white kids that judges and doctors are black. They're only black. For me, to a degree, when I think the word doctor, it is largely the image that comes up is not as a non-white person, but it's a little bit diluted. It's not like the judge category. The judge, in my mind, as a consequence of the fiction that I was subjected to, tormented with, it's always a non-white. All right. Westmen should look to non-whites for solutions. Because this is what happens in the entertainment. In fact, non-whites are so perfectly competent that white disagreement is likely driven by prejudice rather than objective analysis. Westmen are submissive and surrender authority to non-whites because non-whites have the answers and know how to lead. Back for a minute to the talking about the Republicans and the conservatives and the like, and seeing a white group of people as inherently evil or wrong, and a predominantly non-white group as inherently correct and moral. You will find all of these white people suffering from anti-whiteism by the evidence, one of the pieces of the numerous pieces of evidence, that they demand that more non-white people are pictured and in the front and on the stage and speakers, because they believe, as a consequence of what they've been infected with, that if we're all white, we're wrong. If we're all white, we're immoral. Now, then you'll have, those are your average ones. The ones who are smart are the ones who say, we have to have non-whites out front because that makes us legitimate, since white people holding views is illegitimate, not as powerful as non-white people holding views. Now, I say they are the smart ones because ultimately they are wrong as well. Not just ultimately, they're immediately wrong as well, because they don't understand that there's an anti-white narrative, that it's not what's good for the non-white person, and the non-white makes it legitimate because he or she holds the opinion. No, it's only a legitimate opinion and right when it victimizes white people. So a non-white person on the stage at a conservative Republican gathering saying, we need to secure free speech for everyone, all those people who we disagree with, we need to have that speech. No, they're going to be called a white supremacist as well. They're going to be denounced by anti-whites as well, because they would be inhibiting the ability of an anti-white to victimize Western kind. And then all of these Republican and conservatives, the average ones, the milquetoast ones, and the smart ones, will all walk away scratching their head and saying the dumbest lines ever. How can they be racist if they're black? And then the very next minute, try to say, well, the dictionary definition of racist is that anybody can be racist. Well, which is it, dipshit? Is it that the black guy who's speaking up with the conservative values can't be racist because he's black? Or is it the dictionary definition means that anybody can be racist, and so Democrats are the real racists? God, they're stupid. But you don't have to be dumb. You can step away from that. Please do. Inherently in your life, you're very smart. You probably do a lot of things a lot better than me in some areas, certainly not the horizontal areas. But you probably do a lot of things great. But here, you're just not getting it. And it's because you've been misled by Republican leaders, conservative leaders, patriot leaders, etc., nationalist leaders, constitutionalist leaders, libertarian leaders. You've been misled. So come over here, go free. If you like it, everything is going to go better for you in your life. That's just a reality. Of course, you should check with CNN. Not CNN Plus, though, because it is going the way of the dodo bird in a month, and I'm tore up because of it. All right, we're going to jump ahead because we've been burning time. Can you believe this? I didn't get almost any sleep. Had a gallbladder attack. Those are fun. And had a gallbladder attack and almost no sleep. Didn't eat. Almost no food this morning, today at all. And it's still, it's sore. But somehow, this is, you find the energy from the cosmos to serve white well-being. We're going to get into these two MPs. You see both of these in The Northman. But I thought, Jason, there couldn't be MPs. It's all white people. No, you need to back that up and reel it in and listen to what we have to say. White people, or specifically, you hear this a little bit more often, white men can't dance. But generally, it's white people can't dance. They non-white anti-whites, and really anti-whites in general, they will give a little bit of leeway for white women in the past, but increasingly moving forward, they're not giving that leeway anymore. The leeway enabled white women to betray the men of our race and thereby take down the white race. And it also enabled anti-whites, both white and non-white, to get access to the naughty bits of white women, because they say, oh no, you can dance, honey. It's just them. They can't dance. It's just the males. If somebody told me, oh no, the females of your people are inherently, and then something negative, I would say, you absolute piece of shit. But because they're talking about my mother, my sister, my brothers, my on and on, my people. But all these damn white women, they're like, yeah, you're right. Okay. Have you heard white people or white men can't dance? Here's an MC suggestion. Could you make your hatred of whites any more obvious? You wouldn't say that a non-white group is incompetent at anything. Most forms of dance, and this is just a bit of commentary, have been created by Westman, and you can go and check this out for yourself, how many forms of dance there are that have been created by Westman. Really lovely dance, but that's immaterial. Really, when you are, and this, remember, it begins with you. This is inside of you. The idea that white people can't dance, and specifically white males can't dance. And I will tell you this. Do you think if you told a child of another race from their youth all the way up through their life that their people were not good at something, do you think they might not try doing it? How many white people out there have stayed away from dancing, have stayed away from the dance floor, have looked at themselves trying and thought, oh, that's true. I'm just lousy at dance because I'm white. And if any of you out there says, oh, not me, you're lying to yourself. You need to conquer yourself. Everyone has said that, even me, and I can dance like you wouldn't believe. So how many white people know? And you think, well, maybe with dance, that's not a big thing. Oh, really? Maybe you would have met the perfect woman. Maybe you would have met the perfect man, because not just your ability to dance or indulge dance, but because of that confidence that would have been there. But because it would have put you in a place where you would have met that person. But then you can extrapolate and say, okay, well, what if it's not dance? What if it's something else? Or what if that missing confidence meant that you didn't try harder in your STEM field? The effects of this, the opportunity costs, are limitless. So you immediately go on the attack with the POS, anti-white, with an MC. Could you make it any more obvious that you hate white people? You wouldn't say that a non-white group is incompetent at anything, at something, at whatever. You wouldn't say that they were incompetent. And if they try to say, oh, sure I would, you're a liar. You are a liar. If you're alone, then you can say, oh, well, it's for this convenience and this opportunity. We're alone. Nobody's hearing you. Let's hear you go tell a bunch of Jewish people that they can't do X, Y, or Z. They're just inherently incompetent at it. Let's hear you, and let's just hear you say that to any other group of people, right? They wouldn't do it. So you point out how anti-white they are. There's no need to defend yourself in that scenario. No need. But I can dance. Or don't you remember this guy? It's insane. You can find magnificent performers, dancers of every stripe throughout the white race. To start defending is to trivialize that magnificent skill. And don't to trivialize it because you are pigeonholing it. Like if you were to respond by saying, have you ever heard of Swan Lake? Have you ever seen that? You know, you've just reduced all of our talent to just this one expression. So, as I mentioned a little earlier, in the Northmen, they throw a bunch of people together who have the worst rhythm or who cannot, or were pretending, I guess, to have the worst rhythm. And there's your MP. White people, specifically white men, because they have a couple where white men are dancing. And it doesn't, again, like in the movie, it doesn't have to be some, I'm not saying that when they're dancing around the fire that they have to have some wonderful dance that they're performing, but we're talking about rhythm here. And you either have it or you're out of beat, or it doesn't, you follow me. Anti-whites would never do this with any other group of people. They would never say, here they are from their past dancing around a fire. No, they would all be, in fact, every time you've seen, it doesn't matter like where in Africa, it doesn't matter what particular ethnicity of blacks or anything, if they're going to depict them in movie, and increasingly you move from the back, from further back in time to further up to the present, and the promises of what's to come, they find magnificent dancers and just shredded men, and they're meticulously washed and bathed, and they're flawless. Their skin is flawless. I mean, for God's sake, it's such fiction. Of course, those people exist in every race. That's not the norm. That's what they're conveying to you as the norm for that race. And then what do they convey to you as the norm for the white race when they make the Northmen? Filthy, villainous monsters. And here we have the MP. Whites are responsible for the crimes of their ancestors. Now, this is so in your face. It's insane that anybody would think that they're not infected with this. Oh, I guess all of it is insane. Here's the MC you can use. And this is on both of these are on page 219. You can look it up. MC, quote, you don't believe in group responsibility and punishment when you are talking about non-white groups, which proves that you are anti-white. You're not focused there. Do you notice the difference? You're not focused on the hypocrisy. You're not focused on the double standard. Why is that? Why? Because it's useless. It fails all the time. Why does anybody continue to dwell on and on and on and on and on and on about the hypocrisy and double standards? I don't know. I guess it's inertia. But you don't have to investigate it. You just have to use what works with yourself and with those around you. You don't believe in group responsibility and punishment when you are talking about non-white groups, which proves that you are anti-white. The point here is that they're anti-white. Whatever they're doing, you're getting to the point of it's anti-white. It's not, the point is that the point is not that they are hypocrites. The point is not that they have a double standard. That's not the point. The point is that they're anti-white and they have used these tools to get to that conclusion. We are attacked with a 200 IQ level of control, of psychological warfare. If we are going to recapture our destiny, we need to have a 201 IQ level of psychological defense. And it's here. And I know it vexes some folks out there, but I guess they should get over it. I've gotten over a lot of slights, and it's for God's sake, the slights and insults I have to overlook. Nobody else, though. They don't have to overlook slights and insults. They can just get bent out of shape and then never, But me, I've got to, Jason, you're the only adult in the room. Just overlook all of the slights and the insults and just keep chugging. And I get it, and I keep doing it. But the folks need to know, the folks need to know the truth. They're wondering, well, why is it that Jason keeps getting over things? Is he somehow wrong? And so they need to know what's really going on. Why is it that others don't have to get over the slights and insults and they just get to keep moving along? Well, this is the reason. They need to know the truth. We have over here on Cash App, another champion has shown up. Can I call you? I can't remember. It's been a while. So, I'm trying to, I don't want to. This is Art Acrobats. $4.14. Financial gift. God bless you, brother. We all want surgeons to be supremacist surgeons. Yes, we do. We all want the best surgeon, don't we? God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. $4.14 financial gift over there on Cash App. Cash App is working. All right. Let me take a real quick look, and we're going to have a couple choice readings from Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, that are relevant to today. This is part of, and we're expanding the lesson, the Going Free lesson of the day. It's a great suggestion by one of our brilliant members, for Null, and I've shared with a couple others the suggestion, and they like it as well. This is really where the meat of what we do it lies, and so we need to give it a proper time, and I think get people. I think for Null's right, you get people more interested, and this is the way to do it. So this what portion I'm going to read today is relevant vis-a-vis the Northman, who wants to give you this very ugly impression of who we were. And remember, we here in Going Free know that the fiction is what we really believe. The fiction is how we live 90% of the time. The conscious mind, the fact, is 10. I'm just throwing out some arbitrary numbers. It's even less than 10% of the time, but we'll just say conscious mind 10% of the time. So if you watch a movie about how white people were these ruthless rapists, and they just raided towns, and they left they didn't come for cows or meat or food or seed or anything like that. They just came for the women folk, just rapists, just a bunch of rapists. If you see that in film, but then you say, well, but I'm going to go and I'm going to read the actual history about it. Just remember that you're living 90% by that film, 10% at best by the facts of what you read. And then also remember, when you go to look at the facts, that's just coming from people too. So ultimately, when it comes down to it, and a man much more intelligent than me noted this, and everybody seems to miss it somehow, who claim to be like his, they know everything about him, but they don't know shit. They don't know squat. But the story of your people is far more important than any of the details, even the real ones. It is so. Do you think there's a group out there? I'm not going to say who they are. There's a group out there who the vast majority of their people's story may be a work of their religious leaders rather than archaeological digs and some sort of peer review and cross peer review research that is long going and is still considered up in the air because it's undergoing the scientific method, and no one can really know because it's just a battle of archaeologists and submitting papers and et cetera, investigations, et cetera. No, they create a story for their people. And they tell their people, this is the story of our people. Now we're going to go out into the real world and we'll try to find some evidence for it to support that story for our people. So there's a group of people who do that, and they do it magnificently, and their people have great pride, and they achieve magnificent things. For some reason, when it comes to the white race, you have these people that say, no, I want to read another history book. As though a book written by a human being, or maybe a couple and edited by human beings, is somehow infallible. No, I read a book on it, Jason. I read a book on it. So XYZ. Really? That couldn't be challenged? Of course it can. It couldn't be wrong? Of course it probably is. But they want to go back and back and back to the true history of what took place. And really all they're doing is they're going, follow me here. I'm not saying that true is wrong. I hope you're getting this. The true history is coming from a human being that is interpreting what could be incorrectly interpreted or delivered, etc. evidence. And you find out all the time that some piece of evidence ends up actually being something else or meaning something else. So you're just getting somebody's fable, their truth. Oh, he's a historian though, Jason. He's got a big YouTube channel where he does history and he has read a lot of books. And don't you know books are infallible about history? And then you find, oh, really? Well, who wrote that one? Oh, a guy who never left his study? A guy who got his history from other people who wrote history? I mean, come on. Let's stop being so naive. How did we fall this low? We could not have been this dumb in Aryan Greece. It just couldn't have been this way. There would not have been those geniuses that we look back on now. They would not have existed in this level of midwittery, mediocrities everywhere you look. Me too. We've all fallen in Western kind a great distance. But to say, oh, I'm going to read this historian's book, or I'm going to go watch his video, and I'm going to, especially when it comes to religion, and with all due respect to the folks who want to practice the pagan religion, I think different pagan religions, I think that's a wonderful thing. Having said that, there is digging into these texts as though these are the actual words of gods, and they are this melange. I mean, really think about this giant melange of, and it's all tattered and in shadows, and much of it has been reclaimed. And I mean, come on. And it's all going these different directions, not speaking to a greater tale not speaking in a way that is really useful for you in the fight that we're in today for our destiny, totally inappropriate. I mean, yeah, worship that all you want, have it give meaning to your life and family and community and all of that sort of stuff. But if you end up looking to that sort of thing for like these statements about tilling the fields when the moon is, it's as silly as any other religion, except for two of them who have I'm not going to mention them, but who have a completely different way for approaching the empowerment of their people in the here and now. They have, and I won't go into detail, but they have a coherent tale that serves their members in the here and now. And then there are some other methods employed to ensure that if anything else comes up, they can deal with it. So that's where we need to go. And that's where I think that this is Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, is didactic. This is intended to teach. This is not I just get to learn, have a little bit of entertainment with this novel, and then I put it down. No, this is I wrote it with the intention, all of my thinking is in it. I wrote it with the intention of teaching us who we are, specifically about our weaknesses and strengths, and how those weaknesses and strengths are used against us, and how they turn inward against each other, and how they can be used to benefit us. Now, is that going to be helpful? Well, it's going to be a lot more helpful than going to your favorite historian on YouTube or wherever, historian who will give you a couple of data points from some books they read, and some historians and some true digs, or even the absolute fictional stuff. Somebody sent me this one video, and I'm not going to get into going at is like, I don't want to slander anybody, but they were talking about pure fiction of like underground cities. It was speculated by in the U.S. Air Force, and Jesus God. No, the reason why you think that is interesting is because you think it is real, and you need to slap yourself across the face. That is some person calling themselves a historian who's just giving you a tale that's entertaining, but doesn't have a coherence, and therefore doesn't enable you to develop a system, going back to that first gentleman I was referring to, that I won't mention, that gives you a coherent system and story by which we live our living lives and thereby recapture our destiny. We need the 201 IQ level of control, because that's the form. That control is the form of resistance. Control over ourselves is the form of resistance that will overcome the attack. So let me see really quickly. And wow. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis. Please, 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 please. Big emojis, ladies and gentlemen. To Marie Curie, who just financially gifted $250. God bless you, sister. God bless you to the stars and back. $250. Thank you so much for your great work, Jason. With your method of go free, we will, all caps, recapture our destiny! Exclamation point. Greetings from Germany to all my white brothers and sisters all over the world. And Ron is absolutely right with his comment, and that applies exactly to me. Quote, now I understand, close quote. She is referencing with her magnificent testimonial, another testimonial that is, if it were put into monetary terms, would be limitless in value. She is referencing Ron's comment moments earlier, that testimony of the same value. Thank you so much, Marie Curie. Thank you so much, she writes, for your great work, Jason. With your method of go free, we will recapture our destiny. Greetings from Germany to all my white brothers and sisters all over the world. And Ron is absolutely right with his comment, and that it applies to me. Now I understand. So she seconds Ron's comment. Now she understands. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. And I hope that, people will. I hope they're listening to the reality. They're hearing the argument I'm making about the need for a coherent tale and the impossibility of achieving that coherent tale by way of shards of archaeological digs and interpretations from myriad so-called historians. It just leads you to this nonsensical mosaic. I mean, just imagine a mosaic that intended confusion. That's what you end up with. Thank you so much. Again, Marie Curie, $250. Let me see if there are any tags for me on these other platforms. Jack McDaniels, hello to you. Timmy Bobinson, hello. We have a $5 financial gift over on Odyssey. Thank you so much. And it comes from the one and only, another one of our great champions, White Well-Being Advocate, says, I agree with 0022. Truly feminine women, especially ones who truly know how to dance, don't have to be vulgar to look good when they dance. Well, absolutely. I agree completely. Very well written. I guess both of you, 0022, obviously said that as well. Yes. No, the showing the real mystery of leaving something to the imagination is where the most powerful, I guess, arousal can be made. Certainly somebody who has a fantastic body is going to get attention. But the whole idea of seducing and seduction is a power beyond just showing whether or not you have a firm ass. There's and that also, this Mr. George would talk about the dance. He's missing his opportunity here, isn't he? But the falling in love and being in love and enrapturing somebody, the seducing, is much more product of something like we're talking about here, and achieving that arousal by way of something left to the imagination, and an artistic form, a dance form that is much more feminine and gentle. And I know we've all seen this. We've all seen these kind of things, and we're left there, gobsmacked, thinking this is some kind of like miraculous woman or angel that looks like a woman that has just come down and appeared for us to dance. That is much more of a power over you and a power in general than some slut that's got a firm body, and then the next slut comes along, and the next slut, and the next slut. Which is not to say that a firm body is anything wrong with it. There certainly isn't. But all right, I'm going to swivel around to here, and we are running low on time. I want to get calls, so we've got to hurry. And we're blank over there. Thank you to everybody for celebrating. Art Acrobats says that Amber Turd's lawyer quit. Well, it probably has something to do with his surname. Let's get into this. This is Prometheus Rising. Take Back Your Destiny, page 80. And this is 8.1 in the book. I should probably put on my glasses. And fortunately, they're here. Oh, they're words. I thought it was just smudgings. Now, this is important because, apropos, because we have the Northmen. Do you want to believe that this is what our past was like? Do you want to believe that's what you came from? A bunch of, or even if you are, say, you're predominantly Southern European, or all Southern European, you can't trace anything to Northern Europe. do you still want to believe that that is the biospirit of your people? That they're a bunch of thieves and murderers and rapists and incestual and etc.? Or do you want to invest in a coherent didactic tale that puts it like this? Hundreds of years after the awakening of the Promethean nation, the children of the Alewan were focused and resolute, unyielding in their zeal for victory, undaunted by the burdens of defeat. Under the gaze of ice-armored mountains that stood as aged sentinels, nigh the cover of wild forests that beckoned with alluring mysteries, and by the banks of Cinderland and her many tributaries that hymned as cradle song in the springtime of their youth, the Prometheans hewed survival from the earth. Most heartily did they feast upon the fresh fruits and vegetables, herbs, seeds, and nuts brought forth in abundance in Cinderland's vale, but also did they fish and hunt, felling wild beasts for food and other necessities, beasts both great in number and diverse in form, which the Prometheans slew, admired, and feared. From the earth the Prometheans asked no more than their need. For the earth they gave no less than their best, succoring its wounds, enhancing its beauty, celebrating its majesty. Affinity for innovation lured the Prometheans to the pursuit of knowledge and the unlocking of secrets. Swift were they in learning, and faster still in the creation of those things that simplified life and served well the purpose of mastery. Cunning were they of mind, courageous in spirit, great in strength, long in memory, and clean of thought. From their essence came a love of discipline, honor, and daring. These were a vigorous people and ambitious people, hungry for wisdom and adventure. Their minds and bodies were seldom idle, as they ever sought the heights in all that was fair and boded well. They made speech in keeping with the chronicle of the dream, giving names to all things, composing lays of surpassing loveliness, combining lyric with verse and meter to conjure enchantment, language as a wand for the summoning of beauty and the clarification of thought. Tools they made for hunting and fishing, for the hewing of wood, the gathering of ore, the forging of metals, and the sculpting of stone. Complex ornamentation of pottery, dress, and jewelry they also conceived. Numbers did they count, and music with instruments, and their many voices did they make, yea, in abounding beauty. The songs and laughter in the Promethean paradise rang about the boughs of the ancient trees, singing in response with the wind in their leaves, echoing long as an ancient rill, beyond the quiet, beyond the hill, and amid the rush and amid the still, the wheeling cycles of shimmering moon, near but far, above the tune. And above the sky, the piercing eye, its fires wide, both near and far, the song it hails, the morning star. Heedless they sang, as they were a thing unparalleled in the history of the world, undaunted by the shadow of adversity, inexorable in their drive for mastery. Theirs was the bliss of the sunrise, when awash in the dew of dawn, the forest and dale come to life in reverent song, to the chords of the sun's mingled beams, and the honeyed flowing of its golden dreams, resplendence upon the earth. I think I'll stop right there. We will, of course, revisit this, and anything you all would like to revisit that would be productive in the future. You can see that this interpretation, and make no mistake, there is much value in our historians and the truths that we discover, that they dig through, albeit even the changing truths. There's much value in that. We have spent much time looking through microscopes at ourselves, literal microscopes. We have spent much time digging in the dirt and brushing it aside and looking at artifacts, all in an effort to try to understand who we are as Western kind. The one place that we haven't looked as a people, we do with Prometheus Rising, and that is the space between ourselves and our creations. This intangible space, this as of yet unmeasurable space, where our biospirit recreates again and again the story and song of our people. And we present it without fail in so many of its varied parts, in ways that are almost identical or identical to its presentation everywhere else throughout the history of our people, making a new coherent interpretation as valid as any of any age, certainly more valid than one that a historian, stodgy, crotchety, whatever he may be, digs up a piece of pottery and then tells you the meaning of the white race. How well will that serve you and your children in the here and now? And I ask you to parallel into a perfect juxtaposition the interpretation given you by the Northmen and similar creations and similar deductions by historians about the white race, and the one I just read to you, the first days of our people. What is going to make your children, if you're so jaded you can't figure it out for yourself, what is going to empower your children, your nieces and nephews, your grandchildren? What kind of story will make them feel like they are glorious and have limitless potential? I don't think there's any competition. If there's nothing else I do of any value in my life, it will be Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. Of that, I'm certain. Okay, quickly, we're going to go through this so we can get some calls. And Mr. Bloom might want to get on a call as well. But before I do that, the sun is setting, so we have to make a change. I want to bring your attention to the magic window. And as you can see, we are flying above the nation's capital, Mordor on the Potomac right now. If you're having a problem seeing it, please let me know. And I want to give a big raucous round of emojis. Please, all of us, let's celebrate Groundhog Fury, who stepped up to the plate and built this beautiful frame around the window. You can see here, we are clearly looking through a cutout in the wall there, thanks to Groundhog Fury, and he's actually going to make some changes to make it look even cooler. I think it's completely epic that we are looking through this window and clearly a cutout in the wall so that we can see outside. And I figured that we would fly over the city tonight as we're getting closer, bottom of 8:30, bottom of the hour, very quickly. Big round of raucous emojis for Groundhog Fury. God, I really appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Talk about, and then this whole process was me kind of obeying Groundhog Fury, giving some instruction and then details, and just obeying him, and then me obeying for Null, giving some instruction and details, and then me just carrying out his will. And there we have something as cool as this, and it's just going to get cooler. We thank both of those champions. I want to give another big round of applause for Irish Ice. Again, just want to remind folks, this champion went out. Look at that. And he's out making it happen for white well-being the way it needs to be done. He's not screwed. He's going out there. He's giving people power. When they see him, he's giving them power. He's not. This is in Canada. The guy did not and had a discussion with law enforcement, and they left him alone. You could imagine plenty of other ideologies and arguments that they would not have left alone. So I want another personal thank you to Irish Ice for his hard work. Thank you, brother. Let's give a big thank you to, and I'll be showing probably next week, Final Blossom, who has made a beautiful video of Western works of art. And he has reached out to me and said, hey, you want to play that on your magic window? And the answer is yes. So that will happen soon. Thank you very much. Final Blossom. I also want to share this right here. Check this out. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for this very bright little young lady of the West, daughter of the West, and beautiful artwork there. Thank you so much to this young lady, and look forward to her becoming a wonderful woman of the West in the future. She's obviously going the right direction. Can't screw up like that. So thank you so very much. Really quickly, I'm going to skip a couple things so we can get to calls, because I really want to get to calls. And we'll just have to roll in and maybe do some of the, I got great comments here. Maybe do a roll in and address some of these comments. And we have White Wellbeing Advocate for a call as well. And we'll do the comments some other time. So, what is it? Symposium. Again, I'm going to ask everybody, how many of you would like to and think you really might be able to make it to a symposium that we could have in August, this coming August, and it would be somewhere located in the center of the country, United States. If you think that you would seriously like to come, if you think you would seriously be able to come, then let me know. You know, say it in the thread. You can write in the thread right now, I think, right? Not just in the live chat. Let me know there so that I can look back and see, okay, because I need to find out how many people are interested, and then I can decide, okay, this is worth doing, and I'll need that information to be able to reach out. So if you are interested in a symposium where we will come together, we will meet and eat and have fellowship and talk about changing the world, then let me know that you want to participate. I know for Null, I know Yiz, I know Final Blossom. So I know of a few. I want to know how many folks would be interested in participating, and we will make it happen. And it's going to be the most effective event to ever take place for white well-being. Of that, I can easily promise. So please let me know. It'd be a really exciting thing. Looking forward to it. And now I want to mention, and I'll take a look at what you all are saying before we get on to, we do have mail, and I want to get to that before we get on to the mail and the calls. And that is this. This is a little sad, a sadder part of the gathering today. And that is that Carlisle lost her 14-year-old dog by the name of Nat yesterday. And when we lose our pets, it's like losing family members. And so please, if you could send her some positive energy, and it's a really tough time. You know, you have a pet around for that long. They are family. You know their likes, you know their dislikes, you know their moods. You come to rely on them in some cases for certain things, and you watch them age at a much quicker rate than us, and then then you have to let them go. And that's a very tough thing. And so I condole with you, young lady. I'm really sorry that happened. I know how tough that is. Thank you all. So we remember Nat. All right, let's jump on over to the mail bag and have a quick look there and keep everything off the camera. We have here the ever reliable Randy coming through, and he financially gifted $20. Let's get Randy a round of raucous emojis, folks, please. Some raucous emojis for Randy, and love for Carlisle and Nat, who just passed away. Raucous emojis and love. Randy, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. I know you're always going to be there for me and for white well-being. Now we have another one. This one from Canada, and this person has asked me not to share the card, but it is a lovely, lovely card. I wish I could share it, but I will not share. But it is nonetheless. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and $10 as well. So thank you so very much for that, and the beautiful card and the sweet message inside. And here we have, hey folks, you know him well. He's here tonight, and at least was earlier. Our great friend, Biospirit of the West. And he has a letter here that I will read. It says, just finished watching the roll-in episode you and Kate did about Chantel. That was perhaps the most powerful video you have ever made, and it has left me sobbing over the harm inflicted on our people by anti-whiteism. Now, this is a person with a good heart. You know, only people with good hearts talk like this. Any man that would say, "Oh, you can't talk like that. That's not manly," you're a fool. You're not a man if you're not if you get angry and it's not love that's making it happen. If you get into a fight, or guys can get into a fight, just here, and especially when we're younger. But once you become an adult, if you're getting in fights and it's not because of love, then you're just a ruffian. You're not a man. And to be clear, too, Biospirit of the West is talking about here the first. We did 2 on Chantel, so it's the first one. You epitomize the go-free practice of love, hope, and redemption throughout the video with such care and tenderness for the most afflicted of our folk. I am truly moved. Where others would have treated her like her anti-white abusers, you showed utter compassion. She sadly is the state of so many Westmen, filled with so much self-loathing and self-harming, mean pathogens, that she is self-destructing. God bless you for the work you are doing, and may all our people find the psychological defense for the psychological war being waged against us and go free. And with this very moving letter, and I deeply appreciate it, Biospirit of the West, he has financially gifted, get your raucous emojis ready, $100. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. And thank you all for sending Carlisle, honoring Nat, and sending her some cheers and sympathy, and for all of your celebration of those who financially gift, and they really take it in the pocketbook to financially gift. Nobody's rich here, and so we deeply appreciate that from every single person. God bless you all. Let me take a quick look, and we're going to get to these calls really quickly. Sorry we're rushing here at the end of the gathering, folks, but once we go so long, then it makes things much more difficult for me in post-production. All right, we haven't missed anybody there. Quickly rolling up we can use. I don't know if you all can do this, but depending on what I'm doing, I use 2 mice at the same time. That's not to brag. It's just you might want to work on the skill if you'd like to have it. Let's see. I have to read here. What does he say here? It's all right. Mr. Bloom wanted some clarification. Said, does it really matter if it's written down physically or your to-do list? Does it matter if it's written down physically, or can it be digitally, like on a notepad or something? If you're very comfortable with writing and working on digitally, then and by comfortable I mean not comfortable with technology. I mean comfortable in that you're always going back and looking at, say it's a notepad on your phone or a tablet, whatever it is, and you always have to get back to it. If that's your comfort level with how you just normally live, then you could use digital. But I have found, and I've talked to a lot of people, and they find this too, for all of these wonderful tools, and I've got them for taking notes, anything like that, it's easy for it to be out of sight, out of mind. And so what I like to do is to have a physical on paper note that's just there. And when like it's on my desk and I've got something to do, I've got to move it, there. And then I do the thing and then I move it back. This way it's like another person that's constantly telling you, don't forget, you got to get to this. It's easy, I found, especially with work, to have to-dos digitally, that you get busy with other things you got to do. You have exigencies in the world, and they're just at you all the time. And then you can allow exigencies to get in the way of important things, and then you never get them done. So maybe start with an actual piece of paper so that it's always there. And then if you're comfortable with always going back digitally, and you find that you're not forgetting about or ignoring that it's somewhere in the bowels of a piece of technology, then you can move over to that. Promethean promulgation, the anti-white MP, that we come from non-white place and worshiping non-whites, is in 12th century monastic scripts. Yeah, the anti-white MP, right. Yep. And this is why, you can't leave it. Another big reason why. Don't go looking for, in the annals of history, in the dust of the earth, to the cure to living today, getting by today. When in the past was there anything remotely close to 200 IQ level of psychological warfare that was inundated all of our systems 24/7? Every one of our senses. It didn't exist. And anybody that would try to say, well, it's analogous or whatever, is just fooling themselves. You're not going to find salvation in any of those places because it would have already been found. All right, let's see. Scrolling through. I'm going to be calling White Wellbeing Advocate in just a moment. And he's going to be quick, and then we're going to get to Mr. V quickly, because Mr. V runs out of time too. 0022 is telling no white guilt clips. Jason narrating reading this book would be awesome as a clip. Thank you for that. Alcat says, have you ever heard of Robert, is it Sefer, anthropologist? I have heard of him, and I heard he does good work. I heard he's a nice guy. What he should do, in my suggestion, what he should do in my estimation. Jessica's here. Hello to you. Great to see you, sister. Oh, Jerome V is with us as well. What he should do is what other races of people would do. If one of their members of their race created a story that was coherent and was working for their people, as the practice works of going free works for us, their historians would work on proving his story. You know that's true. You know that's true. In fact, by that saying that his story, that's what people talk about. That's what history is, his story. There's no true history. So he should work on, like perfectly objectively told exactly as it happened, right? Nobody would claim that. So in those races, those historians, and how would they go about it? Well, they wouldn't go outright and say, okay, well, this guy's story, at this stage, they wouldn't come out and say, well, Prometheus, the Prometheus Rising of Jason's book was real, and here is a piece of artifact. No, they would go about it in a different way that would convince. So they would say, here is proof that is analogous or parallel to the coherence that you find, and therefore proof to the coherence you find in Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. So if we're talking about other, and there are two other races of people that do this beautifully, and we are wretched. We are wretched. They would come together instantly, and their historians would get to work on proving the tale that serves the well-being of the members of their people alive today. And there's no qualm about it. No qualm about it. There's no pretense to, well, this is supposedly this objective bullshit. Bullshit. It's either going to serve us or it's useless. That's worth clipping. History is either going to serve us or it's useless. Anybody coming to you and telling you otherwise is either intentionally or unintentionally leading you down a path of destruction. And we have the evidence. You don't need me to, could Jason be right? No, Jason's just observing what happens. Everybody can do that. All right. Getting ready to place that call. Thank you all for participating when I asked for participation. And where are we here? Oh, by the way, Nat it was a little girl, big girl, old girl by the end. At one point, she was a little girl dog. Then she became an old girl dog. So she lived a good long life with a family that loved her. Good long life with a family that loved her. All right, here we go. White well-being advocate. Here comes the call. All right. Maybe not quite ready for the call. We will jump over to Mr. V, and we will come back to White Wellbeing Advocate. Here we go to Mr. V.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm well. How are you, brother?
I'm great, man. This has been a great day, and just keeps getting better and better. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I'd like to get to the GFC,
Awesome.
some of the GFC updates. So there is a good chance that we will get that Southern Arizona GFC. Someone else also reached out to me. They want to start another one.
Cool.
So yeah, slowly but surely we're getting more GFC. So that's really great. Patrick is hosting his GFC's book club, and book clubs are very, very important. I highly recommend that people attend the book club. You get so much benefit by engaging in the practice with other people. I mean, really can't be underestimated. One thing, brother, I really appreciate your review of The Northman, because I had it in my suggestions for the next movie. I heard you talking about it. It was on my list because I watched The Witch, which is Robert Eggers' first movie, and I was interested in the second one, which is The Lighthouse. So I had The Northman in my list. I was looking forward to it for a couple of months. But then after listening to your review, I just thought, all right, there's no need for me to put myself through this garbage.
Oh boy. Yeah, you would be, knowing you would be hurting. You would be just like me. I bet you getting ready to want to walk out. But it was terrible.
It sounded really, really just awful. And one of the things that it was basically saying is that white men can't get access to women outside of rape. That was basically,
good point.
That's what it sounded like.
Good point.
You know?
Yep.
Which is insane. You might want to check what is called sexual market value by race and see where white men stand on that.
Right.
Right. I mean, especially tall, muscular, blonde white men. I'm supposed to believe they would have a difficult time, and well-groomed as well, as the Vikings were well-groomed.
Yes.
Not filthy like they portray in the movie.
Always.
I'm supposed to believe they would have a difficult time with women, really. I mean,
it's preposterous. I know.
Yeah, yeah. Us other guys who are not that, we know that. Us average fellows, we know that it would be very, very easy. But yeah, it's just so anti-white, so disappointed in this director. All of these Hollywood directors are absolute garbage. And one quick fact that I'll mention before we get further into the GFCs, in that first movie, The Witch, the actress who played the eldest daughter, that was her first appearance in a movie. She was a good actress. Once she was in that movie, Antiwhites took notice of her. So immediately, what did they give her as her second role?
Oh boy.
Playing one of Barack Obama's girlfriends.
Oh my
in
gosh.
the movie about him called Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the blonde girl, she was quite young when she made The Witch. They thought, okay, perfect. Let's take her. Let's put her in an anti-white movie. Let's make sure there's biological white erasure. Yeah. And Rabbit looked into it, and he saw that she made some comments about Argentinians being racist. So she was already either anti-white, infected with Antiwhitism, as most people are, and was made more anti-white during that Barry movie, or it was being in that Barry movie and perhaps research she had to do, reading the script, etc., that made her vehemently anti-white. But this is what they do. They take our girls and they immediately put them in these anti-white movies. The young talent, they take the talent and immediately put them in working for Antiwhitism.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's why, folks, you can see when you bring folks together, and this is the GFCs that Mr. V is talking about, you bring people together who are going free, and they will bring points up that will empower you. Like, I hadn't even thought about that at all. And so Mr. V shows up and he's like, hey, you think about this? No, that's actually very powerful. And I grow because I've heard it and because I interacted with Mr. V over. This is one of the great ways that the Going Free clubs work.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great point, brother. Yeah, absolutely. You develop your understanding and your Go Free skills so much faster when you do the practice together as a group, and analyzing and breaking down this media is so important. Next one we're going to do is the first Harry Potter. That's what came out. So we'll pick 4 suggestions, roll a D8, and whatever comes out on the D8 is the movie that we'll watch. So it was between LA Confidential, A Cure for Wellness, American History X, very anti-white, very ant-nat. That's all about programming you to be an antagonist in the anti-white narrative, and the first Harry Potter. Yeah, which a lot of people love those movies. there's anti-whiteism in them.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have to destroy your favorites. That's part of the process.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
we have to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a huge thing. You think about people, they live their whole life and they're like, this is from my youth, or this is whenever, and then you realize, yes, it's from your youth. That's the problem. The problem is that it has so much meaning for you, that it was fundamental in the creation of your character, of who you are, and it's replete with mean pathogens. That's exactly why we have to get at it. Very well said.
Yeah, and once you go through these old movies that you've been exposed to, you have to, like we discussed before, make the unconscious conscious. Once you do that, your own taste and your own understanding of movies or other art forms will increase, will grow, because you'll see these movies are not that good.
Right.
They're not that good. It's the anti-whiteism that you don't see that really kind of makes these movies. You have rose-colored glasses, if I'm
Yes.
getting the expression correctly.
Yes,
yeah, that's what
right.
you have.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well
That's
said.
what I had for the Matrix, and then I went through the trilogy again, and I saw that it was really just not very well made. Only the first one is decent, but it's got tons of anti-whiteism in it. We dealt with the movie. The latest one we dealt with was Kill the Irishman, and that was interesting because the MPs in it were mainly about intra-European conflict.
Ah,
So Irish versus Italians, or other ethnic groups, of course, with a mafia component, because it was about Danny Green. It was based on a book about his life, etc. So that was an interesting one to get into. Different movies, different kinds of MPs, different anti-white narrative that they're trying to sell you. But this Northman just blew me away with how anti-white it was, brother. Listening to your review of it, I just thought, holy crap, this is just extremely anti-white.
Yeah. I thought going in there, I thought that maybe they were going to use anti-whites were going to use the opportunity to get white guys really excited and tap into our drive for glory, and then lead us down some really bad path. They didn't even bother with that. They were just like, white people are evil. They just rape. It's all incest and inbreeding and on, always filthy, unthinking, all bad guys, no virtue. And even the implication there, I mean, the salient implication, without actually, it being written on the screen, it's almost like it was, that there is never any virtue, and that we've made up all these lies, which of course speaks right to the anti-white narrative, where white people have just been stealing everything from everybody else, and then we've just lied and said that we did it. It's dreadful.
Yeah, they are now so confident in their anti-whiteism, and so explicit and so rabid about it, that they feel that it's enough to not even have bait, just have the external aesthetics, hollow out the inside, and then shove anti-whiteism in there, and we'll get it. Because they know, like with something like the Northman, we've been dying for something that is actually moralizing for whites.
Yes.
After what happened with the Vikings show, which was so anti-white and so ridiculous, and of course had also the anti-whiteism that we know as feminism, that was also present in the Vikings. They know what they're doing. And one quick note, brother, on this whole Johnny Depp thing, because I saw a little bit of what's been going on, and Johnny Depp, he's got anti-whiteism. Hate to break it to people, but he's got some. He's spoken about having ancestry from ex-Indian tribe, from his great-grandmother, or who knows what's true.
Right.
But the anti-whiteism is there, and he's had a troubled childhood, and he talks about the troubled childhood during the trial. But you also hear from Johnny Depp's friends, and from him, about his distribution of wealth, how he spends his wealth, and how much he gives to his friends, allowing them to stay at penthouses and things of this nature, not making them pay a single bit of rent, taking care of all their expenses, doing this for this friend and that for that friend. And
wow,
you just really think and you wish, Johnny, your troubled childhood is the same troubled childhood that many white children are having right now.
Yes.
And he's been addicted to drugs, etc. And he knows, brother, he knows about the opiate crisis. How about giving some of that toward white well-being? Because we will make sure that white children and non-white children don't have to experience that.
Right. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, he can redeem himself, especially if he's watching right now. he could come over and decide to support white well-being, put an end to anti-whiteism. Depp, come on.
That's what a real pirate would do.
There's a lot of truth to what you just said. You're right. That's what a real pirate would do. He would say, screw the state. I'm going to put an end to the state's religion, anti-whiteism.
Yeah. And someone, I'm sure he wished that someone would have reached out to him, right? Yeah. How many children are being abused because, anti-whiteism takes up all our time, all our resources, everything, right? We're not protecting children. We're not protecting children at all.
No.
And that is precisely because of anti-whiteism. So he can thank anti-whites for a lot of what he experienced, because even if his mother was abusive, let's say, and his father didn't, have the courage at first to leave her, that wouldn't have been the case if there was no anti-whiteism in the West.
Yeah,
maybe his dad would have had more courage and left her, or chosen a better woman, someone from the state, someone from his family. They would have seen this can't go on. This child abuse can't continue.
Very well stated. It's another great point, brother. We only got a couple more minutes with you so we can get in white well-being advocates. So what left do you have for us on this Sunday?
Well, I'll quickly mention the GFC list. Okay, so Anglo-America's GFC, the Midwest GFC, and he's covering, big territory there. You can contact him at GFC of the US Midwest at protonmail.com. That's all lowercase, GFC of the US Midwest at protonmail.com. And he wants to organize in-person meetings, in-person events. If you missed Ease's picnic and you're in the Midwest, join Anglo-America's GFC, and you can look forward to more in-person meetings. Next, Patrick of Southtown. He is leading the California GFC. Patrick does book club. He's got a game night and karaoke night that he alternates. He's got a lot of great people there in the California GFC from both the white positive sphere and people very close to the white positive sphere.
Nice.
And you can reach him california.gfc@gmail.com. Once again, that's california.gfc@gmail.com. Then, like comedies, he is leading the Norway GFC, and we do need our European brothers and sisters to join GFCs. We need more European GFCs. I've noticed that it's a trend. It's all the Americans reaching out to want to start a GFC. So, all our European brothers and sisters, please make it happen. Start a GFC in your area. You can contact him for the Norway GFC at ngfc@protonmail.com. N as in Norway, GFC@protonmail.com. Iberian Writer. So he's taking charge for Southern Europe, and he's recently expanded not only to the Iberian diaspora or the Italian diaspora, but also any Westman who speaks either Portuguese, Spanish, or Italian.
Nice.
And you can reach him at IberianWriter@protonmail.com. Once again, that's IberianWriter@protonmail.com. And one more thing, brother. Himasumi and I were talking recently. We went over the Portuguese and Spanish translations, and we were identifying words that we might need alternatives for.
Oh, okay.
And we were talking about kind of nuts that we have to crack, and then words that we can already start using, because we have to test the lexicon before we move on to translating anything else.
Right.
The lexicon has to be tested, just as you tested it in English. We have to test it in these other languages.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what we were working on, and we're going to be meeting each other on a bi-weekly basis. That gives us time to put together, lists of where we can do outreach. Are we going to do images? What words are we going to test? Who are we going to talk to? And start getting that whole process going, word by word, figuring out, okay, does this work? Does that work? Do we have to create a new word? If it's got to be, it's got to be.
Right.
Do we keep an English word? So we're figuring that out as well. And Iberian Writer is great with languages. So please, if you're interested in learning language, or you are of Iberian or Italian descent, or just a Westman who speaks either Portuguese, Spanish, or Italian, please join his GFC. Once again, IberianWriter@protonmail.com. Contact him there. Franklin. So Franklin's GFC is the one that's closest to Mr. Kuna. So if you are hoping to meet Mr. Kuna at a GFC event and you are in Virginia, you are in luck. Join Franklin's GFC. It's virginiagfc@protonmail.com. virginiagfc@protonmail.com. No Ideal Clips. He's leading the New England GFC. That's newenglandgfc@gmail.com. newenglandgfc@gmail.com. And Clips is always busy making clips. I've caught him making clips during book club. He can't pretend that it didn't happen.
That's funny.
Yeah. So he's always busy. He's always working for White Well-Being. So he's gonna be a great leader. Join the New England GFC. newenglandgfc@gmail.com. Western Associate. He's leading the Florida GFC. He's doing a specific kind of outreach for businesses. So it's a economics focused outreach, leaving reviews for anti-white businesses and things of this nature. He can explain more to you. JPOT33Jackson@AOL.com. That's his email for Florida GFC. I'll repeat it one more time. JPOT33Jackson@AOL.com. And the latest one we have is Ballers GFC. That is a religious GFC. It's the Christian GFC. ChristianGFC@protonmail.com. He's already got some people on there. Join up.
Great.
And the purpose is to study the Bible through a white positive lens.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. ChristianGFC@protonmail.com. And yes, then we have what will hopefully be 2 upcoming GFCs, but that's still in the works, and we're still talking with the people who want to lead those.
Okay.
Had a really interesting call with someone who wants to lead a Southern Arizona GFC. Very interesting gentleman. Patrick liked him as well. Patrick is joining me on the calls, taking on the role as my collaborator, if you will. So big thanks to Great Chief Patrick.
Awesome. I'm excited, man. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. And folks, all of these email addresses, contacts are in the description below. You just look down in the description, you'll see GFC contacts, and you'll even see Mr. V's of Ontario, Canada. His contact is there as well. Brother, give us that contact and final thought.
Sure. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You can reach me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. You can join the Ontario GFC. Or if you want to start a GFC of your own, you can reach me there and I'll help you get one started. We'll talk about platforms that we recommend, that we use, that we know are good, whether that's for screen sharing or hosting calls or hosting files, and having a kind of a collaborative platform that you can use for that, hosting the online portion of the GFC, the vetting protocol, the questions that you use, what you're looking for, warning signs. We have a whole flag system kind of telling you, is this an anti-white subversive?
Cool.
Is this someone who's ant-nat? All this kind of stuff. We can help you with that. And of course, all we have to do is talk with you, get to know you, vet you a little bit, get to know that you're not an anti-white subversive, and then we'll help you start a GFC. So that's about it, brother. Hope I didn't take too long.
No.
Thank you so much for the excellent work that you do, brother.
Oh, thank you for all the excellent work that you do. Promethean hails to you, and we'll talk to you next week, brother.
Promethean hails, brother. Talk to you next week.
Bye-bye. That was magical. Really quickly, we have a call to white well-being advocates.
Hey,
brother. We got 3 to 4 minutes. They're all yours, man. Great to hear from you.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. Also, I was like that before I'd just like to add on to exactly what I mentioned, and join one of our GFCs.
Yeah.
There's no reason, no matter what it is you do for white well-being, or an artist, you own a business, or just by communicating, to talking to people and spreading the lexicon that way. It doesn't matter if you want to be organized about it. Just join a GFC, guys. There's no reason not to join one of our GFCs. Be more organized this way. Also, but real quick, I want to mention, I've been going on as well as someone else as well in our community. We've been going on different politically provoked and different streaming debates, especially debates that Hake. Hake.
James Hake, yeah.
Yes, for the Hake report.
Yeah.
And we've been, whether it be me super chats or doing call-ins, spreading seeing like where he's joining the debate, but especially to help him out in different places, because sometimes I could tell he hasn't been consistently practicing.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, he's got so much potential. He gets a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
He gets it. But if he just practiced, but there's been so many times that he'll be like, say something, I'm like, oh, he should have said that. And then they'll try to dominate him in the debate, but he'll make really great points, but then I'll just like frame it. Guys, any debates like that, if you happen to be rather politically provoked or somewhere that hates, I'm not saying he was on that. I do this in different streams. You either do call-ins or through super chats, especially if they're being read out loud.
Yeah.
Send that and say where you insert, like, I would have said this, insert this. There's been so many times that they'll try to we'll say this and I'll insert the Western biospirits, or Western culture is just a people's biospirit projected on their environment.
Yes.
And said it wouldn't be Western kind or Western civilization without if it wasn't for Western kind.
Yes.
And then he'll snap. I've seen it. That'll be read out loud, and then that'll snap in his head. I'll see his, and then he'll rebuttal back. He's like, that's right. And this happens so many times.
That's
you guys
great.
see something. I'm not saying throw your money just on a soup. Like if there's better ways you can spend your money, but I'm saying if you're going to a super chat out there,
right.
Use it to insert the lexicon. And there's been times on the politically provoked stream, there'd be Groypers on her stream, and I'll say something and then I'll prove that they're just full of BS. One guy I mentioned what I just said, that the Western biosphere, and that's what culture is, or is the people's biosphere. And then his response to that his name was Kai. Yeah, his response was like, I could see yada yada. This I think I heard from C quote. It said someone's name. Is his? I think I heard someone say that before or whatever. But I don't know how I'd feel about saying that the black crime rate's just due to their soul or something. That sounds bad. But my super chat was already read. But then in the regular chat, I was like, so you admit that the reason you don't want to admit that there's a Western biosphere because you don't want to offend black people.
Oh,
and it's
brilliant point there.
Yeah, and for one, it's like I'm not telling them to be aggressive, but there's a part that's not ironic, but the part that is ironic is they're trying to okay, especially if they're trying to be hardcore vulgar style the way they are sometimes.
Yeah.
But we're not even doing that, and we're way more honest than they think they're being. But anyways, 0022, he jumps on some listen to some call-ins he's done in different debate. Rather it's I forgot the name of that channel. But anyways, just any of the calls he's been on, he's got part of my language, but 0022 got balls. Listen to him on some calls.
Cool.
Yeah, but anyways, Good luck, guys. Yeah, guys, join a GFC. There's no reason not to join one of our GFCs, and we collab together too. So just join one of our GFCs. That we can help do things better.
Yeah.
I'm sure all of you, a lot of you been doing some stuff for white well-being, but we can be organized about it and help each other because we're not individuals. So just remember that, you know.
Yep. Amen. Very well said, brother.
All right. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails to you. We'll talk to you next time.
All right.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Wow, that was awesome, wasn't it? I mean, do you hear the enthusiasm? Do you hear the excitement in white well-being advocates? 0022, big Promethean hails to you and the great work that you are doing. If you see somebody doing some great work, let me know so that I can celebrate them. I wish I were omniscient and I could just say this person and that person, they're all doing wonderful things. Let's celebrate. Let me know. If you're doing great work and nobody else can let me know but you, then let me know what you're up to. I want to celebrate you for it. We want to celebrate you for it. That is the kind of excitement and energy and focus that is going to be the engine that serves us to recapture our destiny. He's having fun. They're having fun. They're getting in there. They're there's an element of disruption that is necessary. Now you're going to be polite about it, insofar as you can be polite while being disruptive. But in those acts, there's a lot of fun to be had. Taking somebody on, winning in the conversation, enlightening somebody, destroying an anti-white. There's a lot of fun, a lot of cool things that can be done, and you do this much better, or you can. I know that some people out there are, lone lovers, and they want to go out and do these things by themselves. But you can be more powerful by being with others, and so check it out. At the Going Free Clubs, the links the addresses are in the description below, and you can be this. If you can have this much fun, and you can change your life, and you'll discover as you're going free, you're helping others to go free, you're winning these conversations, you're having fun while you're doing it. Suddenly, you begin to develop that you have a patience you didn't have before. You have a strength you didn't have before. You overcome a weakness that you never thought you could overcome. That is the reward of treating yourself for all of these ideas that can never go away because you can't cut them out of your brain. That is the reward for giving attention in the proper direction. This is what we need to be doing. And I'll just say as we wrap up this Going Free today, to the specific thing that White Well-Being Advocates was sharing, that somebody said that he's uncomfortable with claiming or saying it's a total misinterpretation of going free and how we understand the world. And so we invite this guy to learn more about going free. We want him to be empowered so that if he's going to be a content creator, so that he wins in his life, so that he wins in changing people's minds, so that we can recapture our destiny. His focus should not be, in our opinion, on disparate crime rates among different groups of people. The whole thing about crime is in a civilization created by Western kind, and this is ultimately an argument that will be made by an anti-white, is you are putting peoples in an environment that is not conducive to their best potential and to their successes. So you don't have to, this idea that he responded with incorrectly, that I'm not comfortable with saying that their criminality is because of their soul, but we're not saying that their criminality is because of their soul either. The frictions, different people are project their biospirits in different ways in different environments, and there is an environment where they would be perfect, and it's not the one that we create. That doesn't mean that there can't be Black people who do wonderful things and are totally law-abiding and are heroes for the countries, the Western countries that they live in. Of course there are, and there will continue to be, and there were. That's not what we're saying here. What we're saying is that civilization that we create is not going to be the best place for them. The best place for them is going to be one that they create in toto from top to bottom. Would there be any crime if it was them by themselves, or what they would define as crime? Because you get into an area where what does a people consider a crime? What act is considered a crime? That's a whole nother subject. You don't have to even get into that environment if you're just focused on us our well-being, recapturing our destiny, rather than focusing on other races and do they have a crime rate that we can tolerate, or do they have a whatever it is that that's an incorrect place to put your vision. We're focused on love, hope, and redemption. That's why we can look at things like this Chantel and the inflicting all of this harm on herself and thereby all of the white people that are watching it. We can look at her and see her even as the villain that she has become, because she has agency. The harm that she's doing to Western kind, Western civilization, the harm that she's doing to herself, we can still look at her and see the little white girl who was pristine at one point in her life and then was soiled and ruined and made into this monster today. We can have sympathy for that child. And by having sympathy for that child, we can have sympathy for the children today, the white babies today. And by so doing, protect them from the monster that they could become, the monster that she did become today. I love you all. Let's go free.